I looked through the cases thoroughly. It doesn't seem right. I squinted my eyes, looking at the photos from the crime scenes closely. I read the officers assigned to the cases, and their work just dies off. Like they gave up. Some weren't even completed. After examining the evidence and asking around, "We ruled this case to be a rogue attack," I read and scoffed. "Those pictures were not a rogue's doing. You have that look," I heard, and looked up, seeing Claire, the CSI at our office, and my best friend holding 2 coffees in her hands. "What look?" I asked, amused. "The something doesn't add up look." I nodded with a sigh. "Chief gave me these cases to look over, saying he had an odd feeling about them. So me being me, I did." "And you found?" she asked, sliding me a coffee, taking the seat next to me. "These cases are deaths from a few packs. Some of these were ruled out as rogue attacks. And some were ruled out as accidents or suicide," I said, and slid her the folders. "Look at this picture. The gun is in his right hand." "Correct," she nodded. "Look at this letter I had pulled up that he wrote." I slid it to her and she looked at it. "What about it?" she asked, confused. "He's a lefty," I said. "How do you know?" she asked. "This was written on notebook paper. So it's easier to pick up graphite from what you write. People who are righties move away from the writing as they write, not picking up the graphite. But people who are lefties are moving over their writing as they continue, picking up the graphite most of the time. You can see the graphite smudges everywhere," I said, and she looked impressed. "Wow. I wouldn't even have thought about that. How did you know to look up his writing? How do you know he just didn't use his right hand to shoot?" I shrugged. "Call it an instinct. I just have this deep feeling that this case wasn't suicide. It was murder. But I can't justify that because I wasn't there," I said, sighing as I sat back in my chair. "Maybe talk to Chief about it," she asked. "That's the thing. I'm afraid more cases are like this. Some just don't add up. Half of the suicides are staged." Looking at the scattered case files, I groaned. This was going to bug me until I came to a conclusion. The door opened and Chief walked in, looking worried. "What's wrong?" "Sir?" I asked, rising to my feet. "There's been another death in the Immaculateness Pack," he said, and my eyes widened in shock. "That marks 6 deaths this month in that pack," I said, and he nodded. "That's why I've spoken with Alpha Jackson. He called me earlier and would like you to look into the cases, speaking he is busy with some other things and can't. He believes you're the next best person for the job." I couldn't help but feel pride from that. Wow. Alpha Jackson requested me. "I have also spoken with Alpha Oliver of the Immaculateness Pack. You're being granted permission to stay at the pack for a bit. Bring whoever you want with you. This is now your case. You're the only person I trust doing this. You need to keep this on the down low. I don't want anyone finding out that I'm sending someone to look into it and cause a panic." I nodded. "Of course." "Sir, I do have a question, though." "What might that be?" he asked. "Do you think we have a killer on our hands?" "Because these don't seem so coincidental to me anymore," I asked, and he looked down, thinking about his answer. "If I didn't think something was up, why would I be agreeing to send my best detective?" he asked, and simply left the room. "Oh my God," Claire said, standing. "Do you really think there's a killer?" she asked. "I do," I mumbled. "That marks 22 deaths within the wolves in a span of a couple months." "You have to come with me," I said, looking at her, and she nodded. "Of course. Get Brian and Tanner. Inform them. I want them on this case too." She nodded and stood up. "I'll see you later," she said, and I waved bye as I started gathering the cases and put them into my bag. I had a very bad feeling about this. I walked through the door of my house. "I'm home," I called out to Max. My wonderful fiancé. "In here." "Babe," I smelled cooking and smiled, walking into the kitchen. "Whatcha cooking?" I asked, wrapping my arms around his waist, and he smirked. "Chili," he said, and I looked over in the pot and groaned. "That's the best news I've heard today," I said, and he leaned up, turning the stove off and moving the pot off the burner. "Long day?" he asked, turning to face me. "The longest." He grinned and leaned down, pecking my lips. "Care to explain over dinner?" I nodded and smiled. "I don't know. Max. It just doesn't seem to add up. I'm honestly scared to go to the pack to pursue the case," I said to him as I picked at my food, no longer hungry. "Babe, if there's one person who can crack this, it's you," he said, and I shook my head. I think officers have went missing pursuing this case." His eyes widened. Are you sure? He asked. Not entirely. But I have a bad feeling. If there's even the slightest chance that I can help, I have to take the risk. I won't let my kind suffer any longer. I walked through the pack and looked around, shocked. Why does this place seem so dead? Brian asked. Brian. Tanner. And Claire came with me. Brian was good at anything technology and psychology-wise. Tanner assists me on talking to witnesses and assisting in crime scenes. And Claire is our CSI. We were a great team. I couldn't do this without them. Probably because it is, Tanner replied, looking around, and Claire shoved him. Be nice, they've had a rough time lately, she mumbles to him. Some people watched us as we walked by. I guess it was odd seeing new people randomly pop up into your pack with a bunch of suitcases and files in hand. They're staring, Tanner said, sighing as he ran his hand through his brown, divided by blondish hair, trying not to look. I would suppose, I said, speaking up. We were random people walking through their pack in suits. Let's just find the damn hotel, Tanner mumbled back to me, and I heard Claire and Brian snicker from behind us. We eventually found our way to the hotel and walked up. Why did we park so far away? Brian complained, and I rolled my eyes. I'm sure SUVs pulling up wouldn't cause suspicion, so I just did it for the heck of it. I mocked, and Brain grumbled words under his breath as we walked in. Hi. We called a couple days ago. We should have 4 rooms under the name Sire, I told the lady at the front desk, and she nodded. They're already paid for, so here are your key cards. Have a nice day, she said in a monotoned voice. You too, I said, and turned, looking at the others awkwardly. Meet at my room in 10, I asked, and everyone nodded, grabbing a room key, and went our separate ways. Unfortunately, our rooms weren't side by side. As I walked into my room, I noticed how dull it was. It was old, and it looked like no one had stayed there in ages. I unpacked my clothes into the dresser and hung some things up in the closet. I grabbed my briefcase, containing the information we had, and sat it on the old desk in the corner of the room. I unlocked it and pulled out the files and walked to the bed, spreading them out. I thought about it before looking at an empty wall and looked to the tape in my briefcase. I was quick to grab the tape and started taping pictures to the wall. Mid-taping, I heard a knock on the door. Come in, it's unlocked, I yelled. I could have been a killer, Tanner scorned. Good thing I know how to protect myself, I winked. Brian and Claire followed in behind Tanner. Whoa. You did that quickly, Tanner said, looking over the wall. I had only hung up a few pictures. Looks like this will be my thinking board, I mused, looking it over. I have some red yard in my CSI stuff that I use to mark stuff with. I can bring some over for you to link things together, Claire offered. That would be wonderful, I replied, turning to the wall. Okay, so our first victim. Marty Beckons. Age 22. She was found dead in her home at 12:52 p.m. I pointed to the picture from the crime scene. I turned, walking in a circle with my hands behind my back. She hanged herself, Brian said, confused. Nope. This is the killer's trait. He or she sets up the victim in a suicide attempt way. But why? I don't know. For instance, the back of her head was hit tremendously hard. Then he put her body in the rope he set up. She bled out, and that was the cause of her death. I pointed to the second picture. Like the killer way back who would dress his dead victims up as dolls and leave for the police to find, Claire asked, and I nodded. Exactly. He dresses them up in a suicide way and leaves them for us to find, I stated. And this happened in this pack. How Tanner said, clearly confused by the whole situation. I know. It's shocking to me too. But there are others just like this. The only thing that makes a pattern is they're all in their 20s. The suicide way the killer sits them up. Then the cause of death. I've narrowed it down to 2 things: a hit to the back of the head, or a knife in the mid-spine. Then the killer simply breaks their neck. I don't know why, I said, truthfully. He paralyzes them. The knife to the mid-spine. If you hit it just right, you can paralyze someone. It makes them motionless for an easier kill. The killer most likely taunts them before breaking their neck. They enjoy their victim's fear, Brian said, addressing their situation. Good. Good. Keep the thoughts flowing. We need as much as we can. I didn't think about that, I said. Do we know if it's a male or female doing this? Claire asked. There hasn't been any evidence to support that it's a male or female yet, I replied. Well, the force to bust someone's skull in like that takes a lot. I say it's a male, Brian said. How do you know it isn't a woman who's just really strong, Tanner countered, and this got into the bickering argument that normal happens between the two. Me and Claire sighed as they went back and forth. Okay. Enough, I yelled, and they both came to a grumbling stop. Like I said, it could be male or female. We do not know yet, I said sharply and turned back towards the wall. Hand me that picture on the bed and some tape, I told Tanner, who did so. I taped the picture up and looked it over. His name is Aaron Whiteside. Age 26. He was found on his boat with the same motto. Head was bashed in on the back and then some pills were spread out around him. To show the suicide. If had happened. Would be a drug overdose, Brian mumbled, and I nodded. There are also 4 ways he stages the suicides so far. By hanging them. Spreading pills around them. Slitting both their wrist. Or a bullet to the head. Claire grimaced. Who is that sick? She asked, and I shrugged. We all go insane sometimes, Tanner mumbled, looking the pictures over. There are a dozen more files with the same things. Let's get these taped up and get some more ideas flowing. After everything was up and taped, we started pitching ideas. Motive. Why is he or she doing this, I asked, and they thought about it. What if someone close to them committed suicide? It would fit the age pattern and suicide setup. If whoever was close to them was in their 20s, they would go after people within the same age. It's like a trigger to their mind. Their suicide just pushed them over the edge and they lost it. Maybe this is their way of dealing with the pain and anger, Brian offered. That would actually make a lot of sense. Tanner agreed, looking to me, and I nodded. Okay. I think I have enough information to go meet with the Alpha and get permission to interview witnesses. We'll visit the most recent crime scene, I said. It's getting late. Let's all get a good night's rest. We have a long day tomorrow. Everyone mumbled a good night to each other and went their separate ways. I grabbed my phone, making a call to the chief. Hello, his gruff voice asked. It's Emily. Chief, I said, glancing at the wall. Yes, what's wrong? Nothing. I just wanted to inform you that we might be getting somewhere. I would also appreciate it if you could send 2 people to guard my room. I have a wall set up and this is precious information a killer would like to burn, I mumbled. I'll get right on it, he stated. Thanks. Chief. No problem. Emily. Good luck. With that, the phone went dead and I sighed, placing it on the nightstand next to my bed. I will find this guy. I groaned as I paced my room on the phone. No, if you would just let me meet with him, I could. I was cut off. Yet again. The Alpha is busy at the moment with a game of golf. Can I take a message? The lady repeated. Are you thick in the head? I couldn't help but ask. This is Emily Sire, head detective of FBSI. I was given permission by him, might I add, to enter this pack, FBSI. That never gets old. Federal Bureau of Supernatural Investigation. We were basically the wolf version of the FBI. But better. I demand for him to give me one 5-minute meeting. Actually, I'll even settle for a phone call. I've called nearly 7 times this week and he is always busy with nothing important, I nearly yelled. Like I said. Can I take a message? She asked with a sickly sweet voice. I could break something. Yes. Tell him when he gets his head out of his body part and is ready to talk about the people dying in his pack. I'm in room 4B at the Plaza Inn. I mocked back and ended the call. I let out a frustrated growl and tossed my phone onto my bed. A soft knock sounded on my door and I sighed, walking over and pulling it open. Wow. You look like you've had a rough morning. Coffee, Tanner asked, and I couldn't help but crack a smile as I grabbed the coffee. You wouldn't believe what I just did, I spoke, shutting the door behind him. And what did you do? He asked, cocking an eyebrow. I basically just told the Alpha's assistant that I said for him to get his head out of his body part. Do you think that'll make him drop his plans and grab a meeting with me? I joked. You know. I don't think so, he joked back with an amused facial expression. I let out a small laugh, giving him a playful eye roll as I sat on the edge of my perfectly made bed, and he took the spot next to me. I'm just worn out, I mumbled, looking down at the coffee cup. This is a big deal for me and I just need to speak with him for 5 minutes and he won't give me the time of day, I stressed. Well, you're used to getting your way, he said, and I cocked an eyebrow. So he chuckled. So, this is of course going to bother you. But let me remind you that this isn't some cop or detective, this is an Alpha, and you have to respect him just like you would the chief. I wanted to push him off the bed with how right he always is. Doesn't mean I have to like him, I muttered, pulling the coffee cup to my lips, taking a sip. Not necessarily. Look. I'll try and get in touch with someone who can get me to him. Just let me take over that and you get back to doing what you're best at, catching the bad guys, Tanner said, and I smiled. You always know how to make me feel better, I said, and he grinned. Well, I have worked with you the past 5 years, he suggested, and I laughed. Oh, don't I know, I said right as Tanner's phone started ringing. Tanner Rays. He picked up and looked to me for a split second. We're on our way, he said sternly and stood. What's wrong, I asked. A break-in happened. The girl made it out alive, but the guy got away, he said, and my eyes widened as I stood. Is it our guy? I asked. Only one way to find out, he replied. We made our way to where the buzzing of conversations were happening. People stood behind the yellow caution tape, wanting to eagerly know what happened. FBSI. Move, Tanner called out as we made our way through. Gasps broke out. FBSI. How serious is this? I heard one person murmur. Is that Emily Sire? This has to be a serial killer, another person whispered to someone. I let out a sigh of relief when we finally made our way to the front and ducked under the tape. Whoa. 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 This is a crime scene. You can't just... I cut the officer off, holding up my ID and badge. He paled. Oh, I'm sorry. Please do as needed, he mumbled, scurrying off. I walked over to Claire, who was looking to be trying to take DNA sample from the girl's nails, who was sobbing hysterically as she sat in the back of the ambulance. Claire, I snapped through gritted teeth. What? She asked innocently, continuing with her work. You couldn't have gave her a minute to calm down before you started to do all that. I asked and looked over, giving the girl the best smile I could manage. This is precious stuff. Emily, I had to get it before she cried it away or something. This could get DNA on him. She said she clawed and kicked him to get away. I'm doing protocol. Okay, she said, and I smacked her on the back of the head. Ow! What was that for? She asked, rubbing her head gently. I waved my arms frantically to the girl before her who started sobbing anymore. I wasn't good with criers. Fix her, I mumbled to Tanner, who sighed. Sweetie, he said calmly. What a sucker. She slowly and opened her eyes to look at him, still crying. I need you to be very strong for a couple minutes and tell us what happened, he said, and walked up to her and sat next to her on the back of the ambulance. Do you think you can do that? He asked softly, and I watched as her eyes focused on him. Yep. She was a goner. Her tears slowed, and finally she nodded. What a relief. Great, he said, smiling his $1,000,000 smile. Works every time. I was just doing some laundry downstairs when I heard something shatter. It was the window in my living room. I walked out, but no one was there. But I saw a shadow beside me, and before I knew it, I saw this person, and out of instinct I ducked as they swung something at me. Luckily, he missed me. I went to run, but his arms went around my waist. He went to, I guess, and put a knife to my throat, but my thrashing made it hard, and he only nicked my shoulder. After he did that, I did my best to get free. I clawed. I kicked. But then I bit down on his arm, and I was able to get my arm free. I grabbed a vase and swung it, shattering it onto his head. With that, I ran outside screaming bloody murder, and he was gone when the officers checked my house. She mumbled, still in thought. You said it was a he. So it was a man. Could you describe him? I asked eagerly. He had a mask on. But the way of his build and grunts made me realize it was a man. Maybe 6 foot, though. That's all I could really tell. I'm sorry, she answered, and I nodded as Tanner wrote something down on his notepad. It's okay, I replied, giving her a reassuring smile. What pack were you at before you moved here, or were you from the sectors? Tanner asked. I was from the war pack. He nodded, writing it down. Looking around, I tried to think of which way he could have ran without being seen. That is all for now. Don't leave town. We'll call you down for some more questions at the local station here. The paramedics here are just going to take you to the hospital to make sure everything is okay. She nodded, and I grabbed Tanner and Claire, pulling them away as the paramedics loaded her up and took off. Look there, Claire said, pointing to a house next to the woman's. Before y'all got here, Brian and I looked around. There is a security camera on that house right there. We thought that maybe when he ran off it got a glimpse at him. Brian is over there with the owner now getting the film, she said, and I looked to Tanner, who was quick to get my attention with just my expression. I'll help take care of it, Tanner told me before heading off towards the house. I'm going to put these samples in my kit and pray that we get something off them, Claire told me, and I nodded, watching her hurry off. I placed my hands on my hips. I'm going to get you. You bastard, I said to myself. I walked to my room with a tired sigh. I dug in my purse for my room key but stopped when I saw a note taped to my front door. Quickly, I made my way to it and ripped it off, reading it. Get my head out of my body part. Yeah, my office. Friday morning, 7 am. I don't appreciate tardiness. You're busy. But doing nothing important. Alpha Oliver. I read and my jaw dropped. I know that you are all concerned. I spoke in front of the crowd of people that gathered around the police station we were stationed at as we interviewed some witnesses. But there is no information I can give you as of right now. I ask that you please stay calm, and when I meet with your Alpha, I plan to have better information that I am allowed to give, I said, and looked to Tanner if he had anything to say. I will ask that you all stay inside your homes past 9 p.m. Keep all doors and windows locked. Thank you. Have a good day. Commotion immediately started, and I was quick to walk back into the station, away from the screaming and yelling. I'll be glad when we catch this fool, Tanner said next to me, and I nodded as I rubbed my temples, feeling an enormous headache coming on. Those samples I took off that girl Monday came back, Claire said, walking in with Brian. Anything useful? I asked in a hopeful voice. If you include shirt fibers, then sure, Claire said, and I groaned. He made sure to cover every inch of skin. He's good, Claire sighed out as Brian handed me a paper. We finally got through all the footage from that house camera, too. Luckily, it caught him. But nothing that we didn't already know. I say he's around 6'2". Caucasian. And definitely male. Well, isn't this great? I murmured. What do you think we should do? Tanner asked, and I thought about it. The only way I would know would be to set a trap, I told them, and their brows furrowed. You want to bait someone. We don't even know who he's really after, Brian said, and I thought about it more and shook my head. Yeah, but it's worth a shot. We get someone around the same age he's been hunting for and trying to put them in the most vulnerable situation possible for an easy attack, I said, shrugging. I'll get an agent down here to play bait, Tanner told us, grabbing his phone and walked off, putting it to his ear. While he is doing that, Brian, can you look around the pack perimeter for more cameras? If he's entering different packs, he's crossing borders more than once. That has to be somewhere caught on tape. Even if he was. What good will that do? Claire asked. I don't know. I'm just hoping for a miracle. At least we can say we're trying, I told her. Walking to the desk I have been staying at the past week, and grabbed my coffee, purse, and jacket. I'm going to go to my room and grab some more files, I told the two, and they nodded. I'll get on those perimeter checks, then Brian told me. Wait. What am I going to do? Claire asked, and I grinned, grabbing a report. Type this up. Will ya? Her jaw dropped as I sat it in her hands, and Brian snickered. This is not what best friends are for, you know, Claire called out as I headed towards the door. I know, I replied, looking back with a cheesy smile, as I was grabbing some more files. I couldn't help but glance down at the note Alpha Oliver left me. Tomorrow was the meeting, and I was sick at my stomach. And I never get nervous. So why was this eating away at me? Do I regret saying what I did to him? Not really. But I guess I could have worded it better. I picked up what I came here with and the new files and walked to the door. When I opened it, I smiled at the two agents that have been guarding my room and locked it behind me. I walked down the sidewalk and started to walk back towards the station. I could have drove. But it was so pretty outside today. The sun shined down on my skin and I hummed, soaking it in as I walked. Though, my moment was short-lived as I heard shouting. You prick, just admit it was you that went after her, I heard and turned, seeing a man. Maybe in his late 40s or early 50s. Pushing around a guy maybe in his 20s. I don't know what you're talking about. Man, just leave me alone already, he growled out, and the man went to raise his fist and then swung in the younger guy. Hey, I shouted, running towards them. Hey. Hey. Hey, stop, I commanded, watching the two struggle back and forth to get in a hit. Once I made my way to them, I dropped my belongings and fought my way in between them. FBSI, stop. Now I growled out, and they finally stopped their thrashing as I stood breathless in the middle of them. What the heck is going on? Do you have no respect? I asked, looking at the two of them. It's him you should be questioning, the older man said, pointing to the boy. confused. I turned and looked at the younger boy. Why, I asked, and the boy rolled his eyes. This old man here is accusing me of being the one to hurt his daughter, the boy answered. Daughter, I looked back at the older man. The girl you found. That made it alive out of that attack the other night. That's my daughter, and I know it's him. He's been longing after her for forever now. Just won't leave her alone, the man snapped, explaining his hatred towards the younger boy. There is a difference between wanted to engage in intimacy with a girl then longing after her. The younger boy defended, and the man growled, trying to lunge at the boy. But with the shove of my hands, I kept him away. Buddy. I'd shut your mouth before I let him at you, I spoke threateningly. Both of you knock it off. You're in public. I'll decide who is and isn't guilty. Got it. Until he comes up on my radar, he is innocent. Do you understand? I asked the man sharply. Yes, he mumbled, and I finally let him go. Good. Now stop this nonsense, or I'll take both of you down to the station, I snapped, already done with this conversation. They growled before nodding and slowly went their separate ways. Men. The next day came too quick. I smoothed down my yellow pencil skirt and took in a deep breath. I looked at my watch and seen it was 6:45 a.m. I was about to go in for the meeting with the big bad alpha. Y'all ready? Tanner asked. Right. My team was coming with me. Let's go, I told them, raising my chin, and walked into the building where I knew he would be at. I walked up to the receptionist and she looked up and smiled. She looks as snarky as she sounds. Name. Emily Sire, I said, and her smile faltered some. That's right. It's me. You may go in. He's waiting, she said more curtly. I'm sure he is, I retorted and turned to the direction she pointed. 2 big mahogany doors were down the hall, and I could feel the power as we made our way closer to them. The 4 of us stood outside and I took a deep breath before knocking. One moment, a husky voice spoke and my stomach clenched. Why was I nervous? I looked at my watch and saw it was 6:50 now. I took another deep breath and exhaled. Man. I needed to get whatever air freshener they used because it smells so good. The door opened. 10 minutes early. I'm impressed I heard him speak, but as I looked up and our eyes met, my world stopped. One word ran across my mind. Mate. I blinked. Once. Twice. He cleared his throat as if nothing happened and turned sideways, motioning us in. Come in, he spoke, avoiding my eyes, and my heart raced. This couldn't be happening. Confused. That is all I felt at the moment. He didn't say anything as we all sat down. He continued to stare down at his papers as if he was in thought himself. Was I supposed to say something? You have a fiancé, I scolded myself. Get a grip. So, what information do you have for me? Alpha Oliver finally spoke, looking up at me. My wolf was howling with pleasure at the sight of him. Stop it. We, have concluded that it is a male around 6'2" in height. He has a pattern with his victims, I spoke. Finally gaining my voice. Pattern, he asked. His eyes narrowing. As in he kills each victim and then stages their death like a suicide. He obviously knows we know it wasn't suicide. That is just how he dresses them up, I tried to explain. He then leaves them for us to find and is on to his next victim. I finalized and he sat back in his chair. And you haven't got any more leads onto him yet? Oliver asked. No, Tanner said, speaking up this time. He is making it particularly hard to get anything on him. He's smart and definitely plans everything out ahead of time. Though, one plan did fall through. A girl managed to escape him for the first time since the killing started, Tanner finished. Did she fit into anything that you maybe could connect him to? And please tell me she is being guarded, because if she got away, he probably isn't too happy about it. He'll want to finish what he started, Oliver countered, and I nodded. We have taken her safety into precaution and she's being watched closely, I told him. On the other hand, we do have some suspicions on as to what could be his motive. Claire piped up and looked to Brian, whose eyes widened when he realized she wanted him to speak. Oh. I looked into the, evidence and found that all victims are in their 20s. Really aging between 20 and 25. Though, victims are both male and female. I took into consideration that maybe he had some traumatic experience. Maybe someone he knew committed suicide, or he might have tried himself once or so. It's all hearsay right now. But everyone slips up at some point and we'll be there to catch him, Brian concluded. Interesting, Oliver mumbled, looking at some files I slid over to him. I don't understand how he is getting past borders, though, Oliver said, and I nodded. I know. It shocks me a bit, too, I admitted, and he sighed. Well, y'all have my permission to explain whatever you need to my pack, and we'll help in any way we can. But this is looking like a bigger picture than I expected. He spoke, and each of us agreed. That's why we want to get it finished and catch him as soon as possible, Tanner added. Well, I'm here to help. You all are dismissed. I have a very unimportant game of golf to get to, he said, standing, and looked at me slightly amused. He wants to play that game, fine. Make sure your head doesn't get lodged back up your body part, I snapped, standing. Emily Tanner warned in a whisper to me as he put his hand on my lower back. Oliver noted the movement with a heated gaze. Oliver gave a husky chuckle. Like I said, you're dismissed. He handed the files back to me, and I hesitantly took them as the others started to walk to the door. I watched his eyes follow down to my hand, and they stopped on the rock that sat on my ring finger. My engagement ring. I forgot. I opened up my mouth to explain myself when I realized. I don't have to. I have nothing to explain. I wasn't doing anything wrong. Have a good day, I mumbled, meeting his eyes for a slight second, and watched as they clouded over. He didn't look too happy. What was that back in there? Tanner asked as we finally made it back to my room. What do you mean? I asked, trying to ignore what was coming next. First, you completely seemed off and distant as you presented the first of our information. Second, you were being slightly rude. I don't know what is up with you. Me either. I'm just stressed, I lied. Partially. We all are. Just try not to take so much on at once. All right. We're here for a reason, he tried to comfort me. But for the wrong reason. Yeah. Thanks, I mumbled, and he nodded. All right. Then to the station we go, he said, and I nodded. I laid on my bed just staring at the ceiling. I couldn't get him off my mind. I shouldn't even be thinking of another man. I never even thought I'd find my mate. That's why I got engaged. This is ridiculous, I mumbled to myself. If my fiancé knew, he'd want me to leave here and avoid Oliver at all cost. Maybe Oliver has a girlfriend. Maybe that's why he didn't acknowledge the bond. Though, when he saw my ring, he seemed to be mad. He was jealous. My subconscious spoke. No, he can't be. Why am I even thinking about this? I'm supposed to be reading over files, not pondering over what could have happened between us. My phone dinged and I sighed, snatching it off the nightstand. Another body was found. This one was by the shore here in the pack. I'll come grab you. I'm leaving the station now. Be there soon. Tanner texted. Another body was found, I spoke out loud. What is this guy getting at? A few minutes passed as I collected the files and a knock was on my door. I walked over, opening it, and turned to grab the files, putting them into my briefcase. Tanner. I didn't think you'd be here so soon, I mumbled and started grabbing my things off my bed. It takes longer than 5 minutes to get here. Not Tanner, I heard, and jumped, turning around. I didn't bother to even see who it was, and here I am. An FBSI agent who opened doors for random people. Go me. Alpha. The word left my mouth with shock, and he walked in, shutting the door behind him. My heart skyrocketed. I can't stop thinking about you, he spoke after a minute with a husky voice. Am I dreaming? I felt speechless. I barely know him, and he already affects me in so many ways. I can't do this, I said, shaking my head. I have to go, I told him, and went to walk past him, but he moved to where I couldn't. Please, he said, meeting my eyes, and I could see all his emotions running through them. I didn't know what he was asking of me. I'm engaged, I told him, and he flinched from the words. But we're mates. I didn't say anything in the office because I figured you didn't want the others with you to know just yet. But we can't ignore this, he told me, and I could feel my heart physically hurt. I'm sorry. I truly am. But I never thought I'd find a mate. I found someone who loves me, and he wants to spend the rest of his life with me, and I want the same. His eyes closed as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Do you love him? Oliver asked, but I don't think he really wanted the answer. I went to say I do, but the words would not come out. They just wouldn't, realizing my hesitance with saying I did. His eyes snapped open. You don't, he stated. I said, but it came out almost like a question. I do, I said quickly after, in a more stern tone. I'm sorry, I added, seeing him look almost hurt. I hated this feeling in my chest. The only easy way out of this is if I reject you and you accept it, or vice versa, I mumbled. No. Don't do this, he told me, but I shook my head. Emily Sire. Reject you. Alpha Oliver Fitzgerald. From being my mate. I spoke and felt something snap within me, and I could hear my wolf whimpering in pain. Oliver looked the same. Just please say you accept it and this pain will be over, I said, and he gave me a final look before shaking his head and turned around, walking to the door and threw it open, storming out. He didn't accept it. No. He has to accept it. He has to say it, or this feeling will never go away. I sat up in bed quickly before leaning over and emptying my stomach into the trash can once again. You've got to be kidding me, I groaned to myself. This didn't feel right. Why couldn't he just accept the rejection? Ever since I rejected Oliver, I've been sick. My wolf is so upset that it's making the human part of me completely sick. She's a wreck. My whole body was breaking out in shivers as I fought to keep my body temperature at bay. When I managed to pull myself out of bed, I practically had to crawl to the bathroom. I managed to get myself in the shower, strip, and stand under the hot, steaming water. My body instantly began to relax, and I had to place my hands on the tiled wall to still myself. I was dozing off from lack of sleep, and my mind was jumbled. You deserve this. My subconscious spoke. I felt a tear drip down my cheek, and I slid to the floor as sobs racked my body. I hated feeling like this. I was just trying to do the right thing. I couldn't pretend I didn't have a fiancé that didn't love me. I couldn't just leave him. He is everything to me. Or was he? You look like garbage, Brian said as he walked into my room. I let out a humorless laugh as I sat in bed with a robe wrapped tightly around me. Thanks, I mumbled, and he gave me a sympathetic smile. I brought you soup from that cafe around the corner you like, he said, holding up a bag that I'm assuming had the takeout soup. Thanks. Brian, I told him, trying to manage a smile as he placed the bag on my nightstand next to me. No problem, he smiled and motioned for me to scoot over, and I did so. He sat next to me and wrapped an arm around my shoulder, pulling me to his side, and I laid my head on his shoulder. Gotta warm you up, he said with a cheesy smile as he looked down at me. Brian and I always had a strong sister divided by brother-type bond. He calls me his little sister half the time, and I look up to him like a little sister would to her older brother. I can't believe you got sick so easily. Must be a super bad flu going around, Brian said, and I sighed. I guess I lied, staring at the wall that contained all the pictures and notes we've made. Anything on those border cameras, I asked, looking up at him. Sadly. No. He's too good. I'm starting to think when he nears borders, he climbs trees and hops from one to another. It would give him an easy passage way over without notifying anyone or setting off alarms, Brian said, and my brows raised. That's actually a really good suggestion. Why didn't we think about that before, I asked, and he shrugged. Sometimes I think we get so worked up over it we overlook the small things. I nodded in agreement. I felt the nagging urge again, and I raised quickly, hopping off the bed, and ran to the bathroom, dropping to my knees in front of the toilet, and threw up yet again. Yuck. I felt my hair getting pulled back. You sure there isn't something you want to tell me? Brian asked, squatting next to me, and the minute I met his eyes, my eyes teared up and a sob left me. His eyes softened as his facial expression quickly turned concerned. I found out that I am Alpha Oliver's mate. I rejected him because I love Max, I sobbed out, and Brian's eyes widened in shock. And now I feel like garbage, I sobbed even more, and he pulled me into a hug as my breathing quickened. Calm down. Deep breaths. You're going to have another panic attack if you don't, Brian said soothingly next to my ear. I took in deep breath and exhaled, trying to calm myself. I have panic attacks quite often. Brian was there to witness one, and ever since he's been worried about me having them. I just get too worked up or stressed and they hit me. He pulled back, looking at me. I took a couple minutes breathing in and out, then finally calmed down. Well, at least this is semi-better than I thought, he said, and I looked at him confused. What? I thought you were pregnant, he said, shrugging. No, you idiot, I said, but couldn't help but let out a weak laugh, and he eventually started laughing too. He always knows how to change the matter at hand. Hey. You never know, he said, holding his hands up in defense, and I just shook my head. Look. I know it sucks that you had to reject your own mate. But what were you supposed to do? Dump Max out of nowhere when y'all have been together for almost 5 years. I know. That's what I keep telling myself. But it never helps, I mumbled, looking down at my hands. Wait. You rejected Oliver? Right, I nodded, and he gave me a confused look. Then why does that make you so sick? He didn't reject you, he asked. He thought this was just making me upset. Because he didn't accept it, I told him, and his eyes widened. What? Everyone knows if you're rejected, you're supposed to accept it. That's how it goes. Emily, this could kill you. That's it. We're going to him right now, he said, starting to stand, but I tugged him back down. No. He's hurt, just let him have some time. He'll come around eventually, I told him softly with pleading eyes. You're like my little sister. I'm not going to let you sit here in pain. I don't know how much longer your body can take this. I'll be okay, I think. You always are worrying me, he said, shaking his head. Sorry, I mumbled. 3 days. If he doesn't accept it by then, I'm going after him and hunting him down until he does. I can get something from Claire that will help you get to feeling a bit better temporarily, Brian said sternly. Yeah. Okay, I said a bit sarcastically, and he narrowed his eyes at me and I gave him a sheepish smile. As I walked into the station, my head was pounding and I was sweating. I can make it. I can get through this day. I have work to do. I took a sip of my Sprite and closed my eyes for a second and then opened them and took in my surroundings. Everyone was busy doing something and no one was particularly looking at me. Good. When I sat at my desk, it wasn't long before the other 3 showed up. Wow. Looks like the moon goddess did a number on you, Tanner said, grinning as he leant against my desk. Shut up, I growled out and turned looking at my computer. What's the news, I asked, and Claire shrugged. The killer has been quiet the last 2 days. There has been no sign of him. Wait. Let me knock on wood, Claire responded and leaned over, knocking on my desk. No risk taken, she said, grinning at me. I felt another urge to run for the bathroom and drop to my knees before the porcelain throne. But I closed my eyes, mashing down the feeling. Letting out a deep breath, I reopened my eyes and Tanner and Claire looked at me weirdly. Seriously, though. Are you okay? Tanner asked. Yeah, I forced a fake smile. Just stressed, I lied, and he didn't seem to buy it but didn't push the matter any further. Want me to get you some soup again? It's nearly lunch and you seemed to keep that down last night, Brian asked, and I nodded. I'd be super grateful, I told him. All right. I'll head out. Claire, want to come with? He asked her, and she nodded with a shrug. Sure. If I wasn't feeling like utter garbage, I'd smile at the 2. Anyone could see Brian had a thing for her. Oblivious Claire wouldn't, though. As the 2 left the station, Tanner looked back at me. Are you sure you're fine? I nodded, grabbing a file and handing it to him. Can you read over this and tell me if I missed anything important for the report? I tried changing the subject. Sure, he said with a small sigh. I couldn't tell him just yet. Not until I know what the heck I'm going to do about this. I watched as a teen boy was brought in by 2 police officers and they sat him on a bench. Wait here until he comes. He's not going to be happy with you, and I'm sure he is going to inform your father when he gets back. The officer told the kid sternly. Whatever, he replied carelessly. Minutes later, the station door opened, and sure enough, the devil himself walked in. His suit was crisp and clean. It fit him perfectly. He was like the Adonis himself. Mouth-watering. Stop that. Oliver walked over to the kid and folded his arms. What did I tell you? I am in charge of you until your father gets back. Kyle. I told you to not go to that party, and what did you do? You left. Are you stupid? There is a killer on the loose. That party could have been a target. Stop being so reckless. This is the 4th time this week I've had to come get you from here. He scorned, and the kid rolled his eyes. Oliver was quick to grab onto the kid's shirt collar and yanked him up to where they were face to face, causing me to jump at the abrupt scene. Roll your eyes again, and I'm going to hit you so hard they stay back there permanently. Let me know when you find your brain that you seem to not use, he said through gritted teeth. The kid's eyes were now wide with fear. Oliver dropped the kid back onto the bench. You're 17. Act like it. I don't need to be pulled from meetings to deal with you and your recklessness. Oliver reached down, grabbing his hands that were in silver cuffs. He broke the silver cuffs off like it was nothing, and my eyes widened. Get out of my sight. And I swear to the goddess if you don't go straight to your house and stay there. I will personally lock you in a cell here. I am clear. The kid didn't respond. Am I clear? Oliver yelled slightly and the kid flinched. Yes. Oliver straightened the jacket of his suit, fixed his cufflinks, and turned walking to an officer as the boy quickly left the station. For his sake. I hope he goes home. Thanks for busting that party and getting him. Jim Oliver told the man. I put my attention back on the file before me, but that stupid urge came back. I wanted to scream. I wasn't going to make it to the bathroom in time. I grabbed the trash can under my desk and pulled it out just in time to catch my morning breakfast. Gross. Yet again. A tear trailed down my cheek and I wiped it away. I put the trash can down and stood abruptly, noticing everyone's stare on me, and walked outside in need of fresh air. Once outside, I grabbed the hair tie that was on my wrist and pulled my hair up, and after started fanning myself. Calm down. Deep breaths. You're okay, Emily. His voice was laced with concern. My back was to him and I quickly wiped my eyes and put on a fake smile and turned to face him. Oliver. Hey, I smiled. Cut the garbage, he said, and the smile quickly left. Why was I trying to be nice again? You're in pain. Really, I had no clue, I laughed humorlessly. I'm sorry, he mumbled, and I placed my hands on my hips. Are you really? Because it doesn't feel like it. It's 4 words. Oliver. I accept your rejection, I said sharply. Sorry, I added quickly after. That was a little rude. This was getting to my head. 3 days, he said after a minute, and I cocked an eyebrow. Come again. 3 days. I want you to think about this for 3 more days. I want you to think about what this could be. What I could give you. How I can make you happy. We're mates. We're supposed to be together no matter what. And after those 3 days are up and you still want me to accept your rejection, I will. But if you think the opposite, you will take your rejection back and accept me as your mate. Oliver, he cut me off. 3 days, he said almost pleadingly. 3 days, I told him, and relief flashed through his eyes. He nodded. I'll see you in 3 days then. Goddess help me. 3 more days of sickness and pain. How was he okay? You have to tell him, Brian said, sitting on the edge of my bed. I'm not telling Max anything. He'll want to come up here with me. Or make me come back and work from there. Or he'll make me avoid Oliver, I said, pulling on my cardigan. And avoiding Oliver is a bad thing because... Brian asked smugly. Well, because he's the alpha. Yeah. And I need to report to him. I shot back and pulling my hair up into a ponytail. Whatever you say, he said with a grin, and I gritted my teeth together. What's the news today, I asked, changing the subject. Nothing. The killer has seriously been low these past days. It's almost frightening. He either is done or planning something big. I'm going with option number 2, Brian sighed, running a hair through his hair. Then we better get to thinking what he is planning, I said, grabbing my purse. Brian stood and went to the door. Oh. My coffee, I mumbled, forgetting it, and turned to retrieve it. Oh. Yikes, I heard, and the door was shut quickly. I turned, giving Brian a confused look as he had his back to the door with a shocked face. What are you doing? I asked curiously. Nothing. You know, it's a bit cold. Maybe you need to stay here. You're already sick as it is, he mumbled. I'm a werewolf, you idiot. I don't get cold. Why are you acting weird? I asked, confused. I always act weird, he tried to cover up, and I went to speak, but a knock was heard. Who is that? I asked, and he made a yikes face and opened the door. Max stood there with roses in hand. Max, I mumbled, shocked. What is he doing here? I looked to Brian, who gave an awkward look and looked anywhere but us. Oh, would you look at that? Claire is calling. Bye. He was quick to brush past Max and leave, and I glared at this retreating figure. What are you doing here? I asked as Max walked in, shutting the door. I missed you. Can't I come see my fiancé? He asked with a smile and walked over, giving me a quick kiss. There's that word again. Fiancé. I missed you, he said, and my heart sunk. Those for me? I asked, looking to the roses. Yeah, he grinned, handing them over. I thought you could use a little something to make this place feel more like home, he said, looking around. I had complained the night I got here to him about how the place looked. That's sweet of you. Thanks. Max, I said, setting them on the desk near me. Are you okay? He asked, and I nodded. Yep. Fine, I mumbled, and he placed his hand on my cheek. No shocks. Nothing empowering. Are you sure? You're burning up. Are you sick? He was quick to ask. Little did you know. Brian thinks I have some type of... I tried to make up a lie, but I shook my head. I need to tell you something, I blurted out. It was clawing at my chest to be set free, and I couldn't keep it in. Yes. I found my mate. I laid it on him and ripped off the Band-Aid. His jaw dropped slightly. Oh, wow. That's great. Emily. Hurt swept across his face, and I was quick to put my hands out. I rejected him, I said quickly. Are you insane? He said, looking my sick figure over. He didn't accept it. Did he? This could kill you. He said in a panic. I'll be fine, I shrugged. Why would you reject your mate? This is your actual soulmate. I don't want to know that I can't give you what he can. I don't want to be the one taking that from you, he said. Well, this is going in the opposite direction than I had expected. Because of us. Max. I thought that was what you would have wanted, I said, unsure of what he was getting at. His features softened. Of course I want to be with you. Emily. But I cannot give you what your mate can. I don't want you to look at me every day and wish something else. I shook my head. That's not true. I love you, it sounded almost forced. Who is he? Max asked, ignoring me. It's no one important, I told him, and he shook his head. I just want to know. Fine, I gritted my teeth. It's Alpha Oliver. His eyes widened quickly. No one important. You rejected an Alpha. Emily, you're supposed to be a Luna, he said, and I growled in frustration. No. That is not my job. My job is to catch the bad guys, and that is what I'm going to continue to do. I will have the same life with you, and nothing is going to change that. Liar. My subconscious spoke. My hands started to shake, and I could feel a panic attack coming on. Emily Max spoke softly, noticing what was happening. I was having an inner battle with myself. My wolf wanted Oliver. And I thought I wanted Max. But everything that leaves my mouth sounds forced and unsure. I want to feel the shocks of the touch your mate brings. I want to feel the bond that is created. My body was defying my mind. Or was my mind defying my body? I took a deep breath in, trying to calm myself down. Emily. Look at me, Max said, and I slowly met his eyes. He cupped the sides of my cheeks and gave me a sad smile. What do you feel? He asked. I don't know, I said, and it came out more as a sob. My mind is so jumbled, I tried to explain. No. I mean, what do you feel with me? My lip trembled. Nothing. My subconscious spoke. He's on your mind, isn't he? You want him touching you. Not me. You rejected him because you feel obligated to fill the promise you made when you slipped that ring onto your finger. If there is one thing I know, it's that you can't go against the mate bond. You just can't. And that's okay. I understand, Max. No, listen. No. Emily. You listen to me. Listen to what I'm saying. It's okay. I'm a big boy. Sure. It sucks, but we knew there was always a risk to finding our mates. I love you too much to see you hurt. Every day you'll think about him. When I touch you, you'll wish it was him. I don't want that. So, since I love you, I have to let you go. I have to let you be happy. Tears were now leaking down my face. This whole thing has me so messed up and confused. It was true. These past days, he was all I could think about. When I woke up, his face was there engraved into my mind. When I went to sleep, he was there again. I hated the feeling of hurting Max. He was right. I felt obligated to keep the promise I made him. It was final. I had to do this. I had to be with him. I looked down at my watch. 3 days has passed, and looking at the time, it looks like I have 3 hours until the decision is to be made. I'm sorry, I croaked out and looked up at him, and tears glossed his eyes, but none came. He ran his thumbs under my eyes to wipe my tears. Don't be. Love. There's always more chapters to come. I've just got to turn the page, he replied. Time. Time was ticking. I have to go. I said quickly, looking up. Go to him, he told me, and I nodded, letting out a breath. I'll always love you. Max. I'll never forget the years we've spent together, I told him. I know. Likewise, I grabbed my things and wiped my tears once more. I'll see you around. Max, I said softly as we left my room. We parted ways, and I was quick to hurry to the place I knew he would be. Once I made my way into the building. I walked straight past the receptionist and she stood up. You have to have an appointment, she said, following me back to his office, but I ignored her. I made my way to the door and pushed it open. Oliver looked up quickly from his papers and gave me a concerned look. Emily. Are you okay? He asked. I choose you, I mumbled, and his eyes widened as he stood. Wait. What? I, Emily Sire, take back my rejection and accept you as my mate. I got out, and in seconds I felt the pain leave my body and something tightened within my chest. Oliver felt it too. Goddess. You don't know how good that is to hear, he said as he walked forward and leaned his forehead against mine. Shocks were running down my arms. A pleasured feeling of excitement and power. His lips were so close I could feel his minty breath. Our hearts were racing, and the bond was strengthening by the second. You're mine, he spoke with a husky voice. Yours, I mumbled, closing my eyes and letting out a breath of relief at he feeling of being content for the first time. We need to get a tracker down here, Brian said, giving up looking over the files as he tossed them angrily on the table. Hey, don't give up now, I said with a mouthful of noodles. My team decided to get Chinese takeout and work on case files. After days without being able to eat, I was starved. I've looked over these paths and routes he could have taken over and over again. I've got nothing, Brian, all but snapped. Attitude is high. Tanner warned, shooting him a glare, and folded his arms, looking back at me. But I do agree with him. I've looked over them and Claire has looked over them. We're going to have to call a tracker from the agency to come up here. We need them on this team. We need him. My eyes widened. No, absolutely not. I am already risking enough bringing you all into it. I am not bringing him into this either. That's final. We can find someone else. I was not bringing him. And by him I meant Wesley Wilson. He was rarely new at the FBSI and was almost there for 2 years now. When he came in, he rarely talked to anyone. He was shy. And I kinda took him under my wing. I helped him get to where he was today. One of our best trackers. Trackers in the FBSI are rare. You have to have a gift for it. It was time-consuming and killed your brain with all the ways you had to think. You look for possible routes, possible ways to track a suspect. And if they are on an actual trail, they'll find them. I guided him in the direction, and even though I didn't have the gift for it, I was still able to help him. But this guy we're after is so good, I feel that even a tracker won't catch his trail. I know he is like your baby brother to you. But you have to let him out of that cage of comfort you put him in every once a while. You can't keep letting him do baby cases. This could be big for him. Claire spoke up, and I sighed, looking down at my hands. I've lost my parents. I've lost Max, maybe not by death. But I lost him, and every day we do this I could lose one of you. I cannot put another person I love in danger. He will be fine. He is a strong boy. Look, we've been here for a while now and we're fine. We have each other's backs, Brian bargained. I thought about it, and it hurt my heart thinking of losing Wesley. He reminded me of my father some. He could have his shy moments, and he also could be so bold and strong. Please, Tanner said, and I sighed, closing my eyes. Fine, I said calmly as possible. But you two men better watch him like a hawk, I stated sharply, looking back at them. We will. Tanner said, resting his hand on my shoulder, and I sighed. I'm going to call him, Brian said, standing. I walked into my room after leaving Tanner's room and dropped my stuff on my bed. I sat on the edge of it, placing my face into my hands. I just wanted this over. I wanted my life back. You're a FBSI agent. This is your life, my subconscious spoke. A soft knock was heard on my door, and I wanted to groan. Could I just have 10 minutes of peace and quiet? What I snapped, sitting up. The doorknob turned, and I cursed myself for not locking it. Someone's angry. His husky voice drifted through my ears, and as the door fully opened, my eyes landed on his perfect features. He wore a crisp, clean suit, and it hugged his shoulder perfectly. I could sigh in awe. Oliver, I said with a small smile, and he returned one, shutting the door behind him. What's got you winded up? Love, he asked as he unbuttoned the 2 buttons of his jacket and pulled it off his broad shoulders and laid it carefully on the desk's chair. Work, I said as he took the spot next to me. Ever since what happened in his office just a few nights ago, he's taken over my mind. I fall asleep dreaming of him and wake up yearning for him. My mind drifted to that night. I choose you, I mumbled again, clutching his jacket tightly. I couldn't believe this was happening. I was with him. And he was with me. Holding me. He pulled back slightly, meeting my eyes. What made you change your mind? He asked, and I shook my head. I couldn't get you off my mind. You were my every thought, and I just knew when those 3 days were up I was going to choose you. Max came and saw me. I told him everything, and he only made me open my eyes. There was no malice. No hatred. No bitterness. But I know he is hurt. You can't just forget 5 years, I told him, and he seemed shocked. He just gave you over willingly, he asked. I think he knew. He knew I would choose you. That look in Max's eyes told me so. I was so hell-bent on not breaking my promise to him. Though, I wanted to be with you. I wanted to be in your arms. I wanted to feel your touch. I wanted to hear your voice. And he knew that. He knew he could never give me what my body and mind yearned for. So he made a choice, and that was to let me go. Oliver cupped my cheeks, looking at me longingly. I'm here now, he said, pulling me back to his chest, and I closed my eyes, resting my head against him. The sickness had already left my body, and instead I was feeling the pleasure of the shocks. What do you think about that? I heard Oliver say, bringing me from my thoughts. I blinked up at him. What I asked, and he chuckled. I asked if you would like to get dinner with me tomorrow. I feel we need to get to know one another more. We kind of got off on a rough start, he said, and I let out a small laugh. Sorry about that. I mumbled, and he just shrugged. But I'd love to, I told him, and a smirk crawled its way onto his face. Sounds like a date, he said, and I was only curious to know more about him. I wanted that snarky alpha that left me that note on my door. I knew he was in there somewhere, but I felt he was scared he'd break the ice. He felt as if he was already walking on it, and he didn't want to jeopardize anything. It made me feel weak. A date it is, I said, and he leaned forward, placing a kiss on my forehead. I'll pick you up at 7 tomorrow night. He winked and stood, sticking his hands in his pockets. I have to go finish up some papers at the office. But I'll text you. I just nodded, watching as he grabbing his jacket and tossed it over his arm. Sleep tight. Emily, he told me, walking to the door. I looked down at my hands. How is he still even wanting me after what I did to him? I wouldn't want me. I have a surprise for you, Tanner said, grinning as we got out of the car. We had a long day of work, and now we were heading back to the rooms. We walked down the familiar halls leading towards the place we slept every night. A place that was started to become home. And what's that? I asked. You're just going to have to see for yourself. I left it in your room, he winked. Well, okay then, I said, chuckling. I made my way to my door and put my keycard in, unlocking it, and walked in with Tanner trailing behind me. Surprise, Brian and Claire said, doing spirit fingers, and I laughed as my eyes landed on him. Miss me? Wesley asked, and I grinned, walking to him and pulled him into a hug. Of course I did, I said, pulling back, and he grinned. Back home at the FBSI is boring without you guys, he stated, and Brian snorted. Obviously. We're the only fun people there, Brian said, and I shook my head at him as the others laughed. Everything seemed to be laughs and giggles. But that weight was sinking on my chest as horrible scenarios played in my mind. I can't lose Wesley. I can't lose any of them. I just can't. So I heard I need to track a pain in the body part, Wesley said, speaking up. Indeed, I mumbled, and he noted my hesitancy. We're going to win, Wesley told me. I hope so. Looking in the mirror, I let out a deep breath. I had on a black, tight dress that hugged my curves and fit me perfectly. Tonight is the night. Oliver was taking me out on a date. Someone is looking all dolled up, I heard and turned, seeing Wesley walking into my room, and I grinned. I have a date. I beamed, and he smiled, leaning against the wall. You look happy, he said softly, and I nodded, looking down. I am. Wesley. I truly am. I said, but then held my hand up. Besides, for this killer, of course, I added, and he let out a laugh. He's even stumping me. Though, I think I have an idea. If I can get to the borderlines at each pack and examine them. I think I can find a pattern or a way he's getting in. There is always something we don't see, and that's what I'm here for, he said with a cocky smirk. You can do as you please. I would rather you take Brian or Tanner with you. Though, be careful, I said, walking up to him, and he sighed. I'm not your little bird in the nest anymore. You gotta let me fly. I rolled my eyes, but nonetheless pulled him into a hug. I just worry, I said, and he pulled back. I know. Trust me. We both chuckled, and then there was a knock at the door bringing us from our moment. I grinned and practically ran to it and opened it. Oliver stood in a crisp suit, and I looked him over, not being able to help myself. Like what you see. Beautiful, he asked, and I felt my cheeks heat up. Maybe I winked and he smirked, but when he looked behind me, it faded. Confused. I turned and looked and saw Wesley looking at me, just confused as me. Oh. This is Wesley. He is the tracker we brought down for the case, I told Oliver, who visibly relaxed. Did he think Wesley was Max? Nice to meet you. Sir Wesley replied respectfully. Have I seen you before? Oliver asked, Wes, who shrugged. He's acting odd. Was he seriously jealous of Wesley? Maybe. I've worked a lot of cases. I actually used to live around here before I joined the FBSI, Wesley replied, and Oliver nodded. Maybe so. But it's nice to meet you. Wesley. Oliver turned to me, forgetting about Wesley, and smiled. You ready for our date? Love, he emphasized, and I fought the urge to roll my eyes. Men. Yeah. Wesley, lock up when you're done, I told him, and he nodded, giving me a small salute. I followed Oliver out the door, and he boldly wrapped his arm around my waist as we walked. I wasn't complaining, though. So where are you taking me? I asked, and he grinned. What would you say if I cooked for you? He asked, and my heart skipped a beat. I would say you just earned yourself some brownie points, I replied, and he let out a laugh. Good. He winked, and his arm left my waist and caught my hand, lacing our fingers together. I had to look away as we walked to his car, from my cheeks heating up. When we reached his luxurious car, he opened the door for me with a cute smile, and I thanked him, getting in. When he got in and started the car, it roared to life and took off down the road seconds later. I watched the trees pass slowly. It was so beautiful here. His pack was right next to the ocean, so some palm trees were scattered here and there. When we pulled up to a massive house, scratch that. Mansion. He got out again and opened the door for me. I stood gawking at his house. And just you live here? I asked, and he slowly nodded. His actual office was in town. I made a note to ask him about that later. Yeah. I have some maids here and there. But it's just me, he mumbled as he shut the door and we walked up the sidewalk. It was dark out, but the house was lit up beautifully. After we went in, he headed straight towards the kitchen. Get ready for my food to knock your socks off, he joked, pulling out a pan, and I giggled. Ew. I just giggled. Yuck. After a few minutes, I bit my lip watching him work around in the kitchen. It just made him 10 times hotter. I had been leaning against a counter just watching. He caught my eye and grinned, leaving his pan on the stove, walking over to me. What are you? I was cut off by him grabbing my hips and lifting me to where I sat on the counter next to him as he cooked. Gotta have some eye candy, he winked, returning to his cooking. Unbelievable, I said playfully, smoothing out my dress, and he laughed in response. So, Emily, tell me about yourself, he said, and I shrugged, not knowing what to say. I'm originally from the Power Pack. I moved around a bit, thought, when the sectors ended. I'm an agent for the FBSI. Obviously, I chuckled and looked to meet his gaze again. There's not much to know, I added, and he scoffed. I seriously doubt that. What are your hobbies? What do you consider fun? What's your favorite food? That kind of stuff, he said, adding some seasoning into the pan. I'm not that interesting. My life is busy because of my job, honestly. I like to go to the shoot range for fun, if that says anything about me. I laughed. He probably thinks I'm boring. Though, my favorite food is lasagna. I like to read. I trailed off, letting out a nervous laugh. Interesting. He mumbled and brought the wooden spoon from the pan and held a hand under it and held it up to my mouth. Blow, then try it, he said, and I did so. As the sauce hit my tongue, my eyes widened. Oh my goddess. That's amazing, I told him, and he looked satisfied with my reaction. Well. Thank you, he said playfully. What is it? I asked, swinging my legs as I sat. I felt happy. A family recipe. You can pour this over any pasta and it'll be amazing, he said, moving the sauce off the burner, and stirred the noodles that were boiling in the pot behind it. You want some help? I feel bad letting you do everything I said, and he shook his head. This night is about you. Love. I got it, he said and walked over, grabbing some garlic bread from the freezer and put it on a pan and slid it into the preheated oven. So, your office is in town. Why not here at your house? Most alphas I've known are in their house, I asked, and he pulled the noodles off the burner and grabbed a colander and the pot and walked to the sink, draining them. Well, before I was alpha, I was CEO of a big business. I still do that. I couldn't just give it to someone else. I worked building that company from the ground up. So I just work out of my office there. I could see how proud he was of his business. Heck. I felt proud. That pretty cool. Has its perks and downfalls, he replied and began putting all the food together. So, what about you? What are your hobbies? Things to do for fun? Favorite food? Favorite color? Things like that I mocked, and he shot me an amused look. Unlike you. I know the answer. I rolled my eyes. I golf. I like to go out on my boat on the ocean. Everything out there is so peaceful. For fun, that's really what I do. I might go out with a pal for a beer here and there. Favorite food? Tough one. Any pasta. Favorite color? Red, he answered easily. Your boat. Will you take me out sometime? I've never been out on the ocean before, I asked eagerly. Sure. Babe. I'd love to. Babe. I liked the sound of that. The bread was soon done as well as the food, and he put everything on the dining room table and motioned me forwards. Come, he said, and like an obedient dog I did. Claire's point of view, I packed up at the station and looked to Brian. When do you think Tanner and Wesley will head out, I asked, tucking the last file into my briefcase, and Brian just shrugged, typing away on his computer. Probably tomorrow. He's an eager one. Like to nip it in the bud, he explained, and I just nodded. Okay. I'm going to head home. Beat. Are you coming with? I asked, and watched him as he brought his pen to his lip and lightly bit on it. Goddess. Why is he so hot? His eyes finally left the screen and met mine. I have 2 more files to type up, sadly. He sighed. I'll meet you back at the hotel later, he said, and I grabbed my things, walking towards the doors. Text me when you get home. See, he said, and I grinned at his silly nickname for me. Will do. I walked outside and headed down the sidewalk. I forgot I would be working so late today. I should have drove. I rolled my eyes and bent down, taking of my heels. Much better. The hotel was just right down the road. Maybe a 10-minute walk tops. Not too bad. My mind drifted to Emily and Alpha Oliver. I can't believe she found her mate. When she told Tanner and I, we were shocked to say the least. But I'm happy for her. I looked around into the dark night. I always got that someone's watching you feeling when I walked home from the station. As I hummed along to a song I heard on the radio earlier, I heard footsteps behind me and my heart dropped. I whipped around so quickly, looking to see who it was. A tall man stood with a mask and only eye holes for him to see. I stumbled backwards as fear racked my body. I knew my eyes had shifted to my wolf's yellow color, and I was prepared to fight my way out of this. I'm not dying today. First things first, I spoke to him as he watched me curiously. Brian, I screamed so loud I felt like my vocal cords were done with. The man charged for me, and I ran to my right and missed his dodge. I ran the other way in a zigzag motion to make it harder for him to launch himself at me. I wasn't an agent for nothing. The police station came into view, and I screamed Brian's name again, pushing myself to run faster as I gave control to my wolf, and my clothes ripped apart as I shifted and ran faster. The door to the police station was thrown open, and Brian looked my way worriedly, until his face morphed into anger, and he started running towards us. No. He leaped over me and shifted midair, tackling the man to the ground. The man groaned as he smacked the pavement, and I turned, watching Brian lunge for his neck, but the man threw Brian off of him and he stood up in seconds and shifted. But he ran the other way, leaving our sight. Brian and I looked to each other, confused on what the actual heck just happened. I just don't understand. Why come after you? I spoke as Oliver. Claire. Brian. And I stood around in my room. She fits the description. Brian shrugged. Claire stared at the floor, still shook up. Claire. Is there anything you've done that you know the other victims have as well? Oliver asked, and she slowly looked up to meet his eyes and shook her head. No. I don't know why he came after me. She croaked out, teary-eyed, and Brian instinctively pulled her into his embrace and she buried her face into his neck and I heard a small sob. I'm going to take her to my room. He told us and we nodded, watching the two of them leave. The second the door closed, I growled angrily, throwing the files in my hand on the bed, watching the papers go everywhere. Hey. Calm down, Oliver said, placing his hands on my shoulders. I can't believe he would go after her. I hate this man, I hate him. What does he get out of this? That is my best friend, and he hit too close to home this time. I'm going all in. I don't care if I have to go after him myself. I'm getting this guy, I said, determined, and Oliver looked over my features. I can't let you get hurt like that, he said, and I rolled my eyes. Oliver, it's my job, I stated, and he cocked an eyebrow. And you're my mate and you're under my command in my pack. I don't want you making irrational choices, he said, and my features softened as I looked at the concern etched into his features. Oliver, I just can't let this man destroy anything else. I mumbled and he sighed, pulling me into his arms. I know, he said softly, and I reluctantly wrapped my arms around him. It was weird doing this. I never confided in Max. He never really cared much for my investigations, and I always kept most details from him. Oliver being here and trying to help me was new. Our date was ended when I got a call from Brian explaining the events that had happened tonight. He even managed to mess up our night. I added, and Oliver chuckled. We'll have plenty more. Love. Especially after we catch this guy, he replied, and I couldn't help but smile. My partner in crime, I said, grinning up at him, and he smirked. Damn right, he replied, and I bit my lip, looking down. What do you plan on doing? He asked after a minute. Bait him, I replied. You want to pull someone who fits his motto and bait them? Oliver asked, almost confused. Yes, but it will be an agent and will be on standby, I told him, and he nodded. If he's this good, wouldn't he see through that, though? An innocent girl or guy wandering around who just happened to fit what he's hunting for, all defenseless? If I was a serial killer, I would definitely see through that. He countered, and I squinted my eyes. Well, what do you think we should do? I asked, and he thought about it for a moment. Trap him, he replied, and it was my turn to be confused. That's what we plan on doing when we bait him, I said, and he shook his head. If Wesley can find out how he's getting into the packs, then you can literally set a trap, either to catch him or have people on standby, he said, and I thought it over. It's not a bad idea, but it will take Wesley time to figure it out. We're lacking him and Tanner. We don't have time to waste. He knows we're lacking 2 of the team members, and I think that is why he went after Claire. I still think we should bait him. It's worth a shot, I defended, and he just nodded. Okay. You're the agent. If that's what you think is best, do it. I will, I replied, and left his embrace and walked, grabbing my phone to call the chief. This is going down tomorrow. This is stupid, Claire growled out as we stood by some bushes with walkie-talkies, and other agents were scattered throughout the forest. We were set up by a trail that many pack members run on, and we were hid perfectly. He isn't going to fall for it, she whispered to me. You don't know that, I replied, and watched as our agent, that was the bait, came jogging down the trail. It was nearing dark, and she stopped and leaned forward, breathing roughly, acting like she was trying to catch her breath. Her phone started ringing, and she answered it. Hey, she panted out. Nothing. Just running. Sorry, trying to catch my breath. Party where? She asked into the phone and looked around, letting out a breath. I don't know. I'll be done with my run in a few. No, I'm by myself. Alan did come with me. He was too busy with his football game to care. She said into the phone and started laughing and walked a little closer to us. I don't know, maybe 10, 20 minutes, but I'll have to get home and shower, then get ready. That's a whole other hour. When does the party start? She asked, and I mentally applauded her. She was a better actor than I would have been. So it's Derek's. She stopped talking when she heard a crunch, and Claire and I's heads snapped to where the noise came from. What? Sorry. No, I thought I heard something. Look. It's getting dark. I need to head home. She spoke, starting to walk again. Yeah, I'll see you there. Bye. She ended the call, tucking her phone into her jacket. She had a workout jacket on, covering up her bulletproof vest. Her age was perfect for the target. She turned again when she heard more noises and birds flew from the trees, hearing it too. A predator was around. He took the bait. I pulled my gun up, ready to fire, and watched as she turned in a circle, viewing her surroundings, acting scared. She picked up her pace, and then we saw him. He emerged from a brush pile and started chasing after her. She screamed, running full force, and the second she passed the line where we were and he neared it. Agents flooded from the surrounding woods, covering him on all sides. "Got ya," I said, pointing my gun at him. "On your knees," I commanded, and he immediately dropped to them, putting his hands slowly behind his head. An agent walked up, handcuffing him, and I gritted my teeth. Think about wanting to cause him the pain he did to everyone else. "Round him up, boys," I said, and made a motion with my hand, meaning to head out. I looked to Claire. "It's not him," she replied, and I looked at her, confused. "What?" She shook her head again. "He's playing us, and you just became his #1 fool." I looked into the eyes of a man with blue eyes. "That man has green. Trust me. He did try to kill me after all." She snapped, walking away, and I turned, watching them escort him down the trail. She was right. I had become the fool, and he was laughing behind the scenes. I paced around my room, not knowing what to do. I was stressed, worried, and bloodthirsty. I want this man to pay. He fooled us, and I joined his game. I don't know what to do, I finally said, looking to Brian, who was sitting with me in my room. "You don't know what to do. You're Emily Sire," he said, and I just nodded, finally letting it out. "I always know what to do, and with this guy, I just don't," I said finally, fearing for everything. "Think harder," he said, standing, and walked over, looking at the board of victims and trails we've made. I tried everything I normally would. Who is so good to kill all these people and not even leave a trace behind? Well, this isn't your normal case. Emily, you're smart. I'm smart. Claire is smart. Tanner is smart. And Wesley is smart. We will get this done and figure it out. His voice raised, and I looked away. "And if we don't, I just want to give," he cut me off. "No, you don't get to give up. We've came too far and too long to go back now. We started this, and we're going to finish it. You're the best of the best. Our group is the best of the best. Stop lying to yourself and saying you can't do this. You can do anything. I love you guys too much to let this man put us in harm's way any longer. The girl that is my whole life got attacked a few nights ago. I want to make this man pay," he yelled, and I flinched. I closed my eyes for a moment, not knowing what to think. "Okay," I replied softly. "I'm sorry for yelling, it's just, don't worry about it." I cut off and walked over to the board, looking it over. "There's something we're missing. Get Wesley on the phone. We need to see if he's got anything," I said, and Brian nodded, getting his phone from his pocket, and dialed up his number. "Hello," he answered after a few rings. "Wesley. Have you picked up on anything yet? You're on speaker." "By the way," Brian asked, and I heard Wesley sigh. "I think I picked up on something small. Tanner and I are heading out tonight to check it out. I don't know if it'll lead to anything, but it's better than nothing," he replied. "Good. Stay safe. Wes, you too." I heard Tanner's voice, and I smiled. "We gotta go. But we'll call you if we find anything." "Okay," Wesley said after a minute. "Yeah, be careful. Call me if you need anything." "Will do. Love ya." The call ended, and the smile remained on my face. Our group was like one big family, and just simple words can help cheer me up even when I feel at my worst. "Where's Claire?" I asked. "She's crashing in my room for a bit. She's been scared, I guess you could say. I wouldn't blame her. She is looking over some files she did. I probably should get back." "Yeah," I said as I watched him gather his things and walk to the door. He opened it and looked back and gave me a small, encouraging smile. A chief said to relax for the next few days until he is done questioning the man we brought in. I want you to do that. I know it feels like it's not the time to relax. But you need to, or else you'll go crazy." With that, he turned and walked outside, shutting the door behind him. Relax. Do I even know that word? I don't relax. I catch the bad guys. I don't stop until I do. So why should I now? Because you'll go insane. My subconscious spoke. Thinking it over, I made a final decision and grabbed my phone. I clicked his contact number and pulled the phone to my ear. "Hello," his husky voice answered after a ring or two. I was told to relax, I said reluctantly and heard Oliver chuckle. You wouldn't know how to relax properly, would you? I added, hoping he'd get the message. I suppose I do. How does a ride out on the ocean sound? He asked, and I couldn't help but grin. Perfect. I looked at the time, seeing it was nearing 3 in the afternoon now. I'll get you in 10, he offered. Sounds good. All right. Love. I'll see you in a few. Minutes later, there was a knock at my door and I smiled, walking over and opened it. You ready? Oliver asked, and I nodded. Yeah. Is this okay? I asked. I put on a simple tank shirt and some shorts. Perfect. He had on some khakis and a short-sleeve button-up. I followed him out, locking the door behind me, and smiled at the guards who were monitoring my room, and we headed to his car. It's about a 10-minute drive to the dock, but it won't be long to get ready to head off. I called some people down to get the boat ready for us, Oliver said as we buckled in and he started the car. Sounds good. I couldn't help but let my mind drift back to the case. It just felt so wrong to be out when I could be trying to do something. I felt a hand rest on my thigh, bringing me from my thoughts, and I looked over to Oliver, who glanced at me. Stop thinking so much. You're only one person and you can only do so much. You're not the only person working the case, you know. I sighed, resting my hand on top of his, and linked our fingers together. I'm just worried. That's all, I replied, looking out the window. Don't be. Love, I'm not going to let anything happen while we're gone. I'll have some of my men out monitoring while we're out. That was nice of him. You're right. I just need a day to relax, I said, trying to convince myself. It might clear my head a bit, I added. Agreed. The second we pulled up to the dock and walked down to the boat, I was amazed. There were so many huge boats around. I've never been out on the ocean before. Sure. I've swam at the beach and stuff, but never really out. Watch your step, Oliver said as he held his hand out to help me up. I grabbed it to steady my step and stepped aboard and looked out, grinning. I was actually excited. Thanks, Alan. We'll take it from here, Oliver told the man, and he nodded, handing the keys over, and got off. Ready. He grinned and I nodded, following him over to where he would steer at. Take a seat. It'll be a few before we get out there fully. He motioned to the seat beside him and I did so. The sun was shining down on my arms and face and it just felt so good. When he pulled out of the dock and coasted a few feet away, he took off. I let out a squeal as we flew across the water. It was exhilarating. Come here, he called out, and I stood slowly and quickly made my way to him. He wrapped an arm around my waist and with his other he steered. My hair was whipping every which way and the way Oliver kept smiling down at me made my heart melt. Want to steer? He asked, and my arms widened. No, are you crazy? I replied, and he tilted his head back, laughing. It's just like driving a car. I've got everything else. Just steer. With that, he let go of the wheel and I nervously grasped it. See, it's easy, says you. I shot back but couldn't help but grin. I'm really doing it. Why does this feel like I just did something extremely crazy? I'm steering, for goddess sake. Here, head over this way and we can coast here for a bit. He pointed and I did so, and he took back over steering and directed it before the boat slowed down and started to coast. See. It wasn't that bad. He mused, turning towards me, and wrapped his arms around my waist. You constantly do this, though. The ocean is not a road. Really, I had no idea. I rolled my eyes at his sarcastic self, only causing him to laugh more. You're too cute. I felt my cheeks heat at his comment and I looked away from his stare, only for his hand to grasp my chin to make me look back at him. If you wouldn't have accepted me after those 3 days, I would have lost my mind. He spoke more seriously, and my heart sped up. I'm so sorry for causing you pain, I replied honestly. Don't feel sorry. Love. If anyone should be sorry, it's me for letting you stay so sick for those days. You did what you thought was right. You had made a promise to Max, and I understand that and respect it. Doesn't mean I had to like it. But I respected you for it. It made me realize just how different you truly are. You didn't care that I had a title. You stuck to your true self. And I love that about you. He made me feel things I've never have felt before. I never felt my heart jolt with simple words when Max had spoke them to me. My wolf never howled in pleasure at compliments. I've never felt so. Respected. Don't even get me started at how beautiful you are, he said, moving his hand from my chin to my cheek as his thumb moved over my cheekbone. Stop. was all I could say as I fought the blush that wanted to spread all over my face. He chuckled. No can do. You better get used to it. Because every day I'm going to make sure you know how blessed I am. And how perfect you are. My knees went weak almost. His eyes drifted down to my lips, and I wanted to scream for him to kiss me. To just close the small gap between us. I looked up into his perfect blue eyes, just hoping he'd get the message. But he seemed to be in thought. I bit my lip, not knowing what to say, and he let out a small groan before leaning down, pressing his forehead to mine. You drive me and my wolf insane, he nearly whispered, his thumb pulling my lip from the small bite I had on it, causing me to release it. I just don't want to rush you into anything, he added, and I shook my head. So that's what he was debating. You're not, I said almost breathlessly, and his eyes darkened a bit, slowly. But surely he leaned down a little closer to where his minty breath fanned over mine, and he finally closed the gap between us, pressing his lips to mine in a soft kiss. It was like nothing I've experienced before. His kiss became more intense as a growl emerged from his chest, and he pulled me closer. Hips to hips, every inch of our bodies touching. My hands made their way to his hair, tugging slightly, and his tongue asked for an entrance I easily accepted as we both fought for dominance only for him to win. When his hand slipped to my hips, he pulled back, pushing me away from him slightly. I stared amazed as I looked into glowing green eyes as his wolf had taken over. He shook his head slightly, and it slowly started to fade back to blue. I had to stop before it led to something else. He said, and I smirked. Well, I'm officially relaxed. You, on the other hand. I teased, and he let out a small growl. I'd stop talking before I take you here and now. He replied, going back to the steering wheel, and my eyes widened and I had to bite my lip from laughing. He's wound up. I got something, Brian yelled, bursting into my room where Claire and I sat. We jumped in shock, looking Brian over as he panted, holding his side. I literally... He took in a deep breath. Just ran here from the police station. Man, I need to work out more. He managed to get out and motioned us to come over to the table, and he spread a few pictures out. I was looking over pictures from the crime scenes we've been at, thinking we've missed something. Nothing showed up that we didn't see before until... He grabbed a marker from his pocket and started circling someone in each picture. Until I saw this man was at each crime scene. Pretty weird if you ask me. He said with a satisfied smirk, and I hit him on the shoulder playfully. Brian, yes. I got out and leaned closer, looking at the man he had circled. These are from different packs, too. It would be different if it was the same pack. These are different packs, hours away from one another. He completed, and I let out a breath of relief. I think we're getting somewhere. I'll go run his face through our database, Claire said, grabbing the pictures, and I nodded, grabbing one for myself. To ask Oliver about it. And folded it up and stuck it in my back pocket. I'll help, Brian told her, and they both hurried from the room. Finally. We may have something. I grabbed my phone and dialed Wesley's number, and it immediately went to voicemail. Wesley never has his phone off. Nervously. I dialed again, and this time it rang a couple times but still went to voicemail. What the hell? I dialed Tanner's number and the same happened. This can't be a coincidence. I sat my phone down on my bed and paced my room. They couldn't be hurt. Could they? Do I call it in? No, I have to wait 48 hours. Do I go after them myself? No, that's stupid. They could have simply just forgot their phones. Though, when my phone buzzed, I dove for it. On a trail. Bad signal and can't talk. They'll hear us. Call you after, Wesley texted, and my brows furrowed. Who were they following? I didn't have enough time to sit and ponder about it since there was an abrupt knock on my door. I hurried over and answered it to only be met by the chief. Chief, I asked hesitantly, and he held up a laptop. You need to see this, he said, motioning me inside, and he followed suit and shut the door. That man you caught the other night, well, this is what we got out of him. But you're not going to like it, he told me, and my heart sped up. I sat down by the table, and he placed the laptop on it and stood behind me as the video popped up and I clicked play. Who are you? The chief asked. No one important, the man replied gruffly. It would be in your best interest to cooperate. Chief snapped. I answered your question. Didn't I? He shot back. Who sent you to go after that girl? Oh, please. We all knew what you were doing. He isn't stupid. The man snapped. Who, what is he making you do? Chief asked. He's not making us do anything. I'm a message. Stop looking into the cases or it will only end badly for you and the ones you love. We have eyes everywhere and we are everywhere. You can't defeat us. After our mission is done, you won't see us again, he said proudly, and my brows furrowed. There's a group of them, we can get answers out of you. The easy way or the hard way is your choice, Chief stated, and the man let out a snort. You don't think he tortured each and every one of us to make sure we wouldn't crack, to make sure under the worst of the worst that we were loyal? Give me your best shot. I felt sick at my stomach listening to this. This man is awful. Give us a name and we maybe can help your case some. Chief bargained, and the man rolled his eyes. I don't even know his name. He goes by X, and that's all you're getting out of me. He wanted revenge, and the rest of us. Well, we joined him because we wanted to help drive the FBSI insane. He grinned. So, he has you doing his work, a lab rat, a puppet? Chief asked, trying to get under his skin. I'm no puppet. He spit. I'm just following my leader's orders. So, a puppet? Chief asked smugly, and the man just gritted his jaw, slumping a bit in his chair. Yes or no, he repeated. Yes. We do what he tells us. You're never going to find him because he is always 5 steps ahead. His brain works like none I've seen before, and you're simply walking into each trap he sets. This a game to him, and you just became the #1 fool to try and challenge him as his own game. Do you do the killing for him? No. We simply get the prize and bring it to him. He does the rest. You came after Claire Montgomery, one of our agents. Why? Chief asked, folding his arms. She fit the cause, the man replied. The cause. The man chuckled, not answering him. Now, if I told you that I'd give away the whole plan. We still have many people to get to. I gritted my teeth together and leaned forward, clicking the pause button. It's a whole organization. He's recruited people. This isn't a one-man's job. This is why we were getting nowhere. We were looking after one man who was having everyone else do his bidding. I told Chief, who nodded. I think we can slim down the details now. There is a cause, so there is something linking those victims. I want you to search dates, places, even if 2 of those victims had been in the same room together. Got it, yes, Chief. I replied, even though we've already did that. I guess I'll look again. Have you found anything else out? He asked, and I nodded, standing, and took the piece of paper from my pocket, giving it to him. We just found out that this man has been at every crime scene we've investigated. Weird, isn't it? Indeed. Have you ran his face yet? Claire and Brian are doing that currently. And Wesley and Tanner, where are they? He asked, giving the paper back to me. Following up on a trail. I'm worried they're going to open a can of worms we can't close back. I told him, and he sighed. Well, if there is one person who can track someone sneaky down, it's Wesley, Chief said and sighed, running a hand over his face. I'll let you get back to doing your own thing. Let me know if you find anything. Will do. Sir, we're coming for you. I'm telling you to come back home. Now, I demanded through the phone. Emily. We're so close I can feel it, Wesley argued, and I rolled my eyes. You and Tanner are following something that is going to get you killed. Wait until Chief gets a group together and you all can go. I told him and heard him sigh. But what if we do that and I come back and then lose the trail? I can make a difference. Let me do this. Please. He pleaded, and I closed my eyes, pinching the bridge of my nose. Be safe. I croaked out. I only knew if I told him to come back he wouldn't listen. Him or Tanner. They are the 2 most stubborn people I've met. When they put their mind to something, they get it done. I will, he replied softly. Let me speak to Tanner, please. I heard the shuffling of the phone, and soon his voice picked up. Hello, Tanner. Please watch over him and do not let him do anything stupid. Tanner chuckled. You've got to give the boy a rest. He is a good tracker, and I believe him when he says he knows what he's doing. Tanner countered. I know, and that's what worries me. I'm afraid he will find something or someone, and you 2 will have no backup. Look, I'll talk to Wesley about getting some more men up here. How does that sound? Relief washed over me. Yes. Please. There was a knock at my door, and I sighed. Tanner, I have to go. I'll call you tomorrow. All right. Be safe. I hung up the call, placing my phone on the table, and walked over to the door, opening it. Was that the chief that was here a bit ago? Claire asked as she and Brian walked in. Yes, I replied, closing the door. What was he wanting? Brian asked. So I told them about the video and the man. I told them about how we were looking at everything wrong. Well, maybe this is a new start, Brian said, placing a picture down before me. Is this our guy? I asked, leaning closer. Yep. The one who was at every crime scene. Carl Allen is his name. Age 26. He's from the Power Pack, Brian explained. Get a location on him. Yep. We can go get him tomorrow and bring him in for questioning, Claire answered. Good. I nodded. Brian looked confused for a minute, tilting his head a bit, and I was about to ask him what was wrong when he took a step back. You may want to call Oliver, he said, meeting my eyes. What? Why? Because I can smell your heat starting, he admitted, and my eyes widened. Oh my goddess. Get out of here. Brian, before it's too late, Claire said, and he was quick to scurry out of the room. Come on. I'll drive you to Oliver, Claire said, taking a hold of my wrist and practically dragged me out of the room. Brian was right. It was starting. The full moon was slowly etching its way high into the midnight sky, and I could feel my skin started to crawl with heat. We need to hurry. We got into one of our SUVs and Claire took off with squealing tires. I was panting as my nerves started to get out of control, it felt like. I groaned, feeling the first poke of a sharp pain in my side. We're almost there, she said, pushing harder on the accelerator. His office came into view and she came to a screeching halt. Stay here, she told me, and got out of the car, running into the building. I groaned again, knowing the moon will soon be at its peak, and that is when the true horrors will begin. I saw Oliver running out of the building with Claire on his heels. He reached the SUV in no time and threw the door open, already putting an arm behind my back and one under my legs, picking me up. I noticed Claire had a new set of keys in her hand, and they hurried to get me to his car. Claire unlocked it and opened the door, and he laid me in the back seat. Just try to stay calm, he whispered to me before grabbing the keys from her hands and shutting the door. I heard him get in, and we were quick to head off. Oh, goddess, I mumbled as the first true wave hit me. It was like 1,000 needles picking at my lower abdomen. My forehead was coated with sweat, and tears started to leak out the side of my eyes. I've never experienced anything worse than this pain before. Almost there. Babe. Just hold on. Oliver spoke, but I could barely hear him due to how loud my heart was pounding away in my chest. My groans filling the car. And the roar of the engine. We braked. He got out, and the back door was opened. He took me into his arms, carrying me towards his house, and I closed my eyes, savoring the shocks that already started to dull the first heat wave. I had someone fill a tub for you with some cold water and ice, he told me, and the thought of the water against my burning skin seemed amazing. Once we made it up and to his room, he pushed the bathroom door open. Oliver slowly sat me on the edge of the tub, and I swayed, barely even able to keep myself up. Lift your arms. He spoke, and I did so. He pulled the sweater off my arms, only leaving me in my bra. If this was any other situation, I would feel completely exposed, but at the moment the only thought was me wanting to get in the teeth, chattering iced water behind me. You're gonna have to work with me to get your jeans off, he said, and I braced my hands on his shoulder as he unbuttoned them, and I slowly lifted myself up so he could shimmy them off me. Oliver was respectfully trying not to look as he quickly discarded the jeans and picked me back up. I wanted to feel his touch on mine. He slowly sat me into the freezing water that was already prepared, and I sighed in relief, feeling the burning cool down. Another wave should be here shortly. Just hold on, he mumbled before turning around and walked over to some cabinets, opening them and rummaging around. He pulled out a bottle and uncapped it, shaking out what seemed to be pills into his hand. He walked back over to me. Open your mouth. I'm going to need you to take these. They should help with the pain. They're specifically advanced for pain for wolves, he said, and I did so. He put them onto my tongue, and one by one I took them. Usually I would need water, but I couldn't think about that. I just wanted to feel better. Why do you have those? I croaked out. I got hurt during the war a bit. They helped with the pain, he told me, and I slowly nodded. The bra and underwear I had on was soaked and sticking to me, making me want to strip them off. But I refrained, knowing Oliver is already on limited control. I watched as he pulled his shirt over his head and unbuttoned his khakis. Though, I didn't have time to gawk as another strong wave hit me, and tears invaded my vision as I screamed out. Yep. That was the worst one so far. Goddess. How many more waves are there? I felt Oliver sit me up as he stepped into the water behind me and sunk down into it. He laid me against his chest, and just like that, it was like the pain vanished. Moving my arms out, I grabbed his and made him wrap them around my stomach. Better, he asked, and I could only nod in response as I closed my eyes once again, savoring the delicious sparks dancing around our skin-to-skin contact. You're dulling it, I mumbled. I know. He spoke right next to my ear. My skin slowly started to get hot again, and it was like the bond was saying, that's not enough. More. I need more, and I pushed myself harder against Oliver, causing him to groan as he dropped his head into the crook of my neck, slowly placing a kiss there. He nipped at the place where my neck and collarbone met, and I shivered with pleasure. I can't wait to mark you. He spoke with a husky voice. Me either, I replied, tilting my head to give him more access. He kissed, nipped, and gently explored that area, causing my mind to shift from the pain and onto him. This was going to be a long night. I woke up to the tweeting of the birds and the sunlight dripping through the curtains. I shuffled only to find an arm wrapped tightly around my waist. Good morning. A husky voice spoke, and I grinned, turning to face Oliver, who was staring at me with a soft smile. How do you feel? He asked. Good morning. And well. Thank you, I replied, and he nodded. Slowly, I brought my hand up, trailing it across his jaw. He tensed from the movement, and I grinned, looking back up at him. Thank you. I told him again, and he cocked an eyebrow. For what? For taking care of me last night. I couldn't have gotten through it without you. He leaned down, placing his forehead against mine, staring into my eyes admiringly. You're my mate. Emily. Of course I would take care of you. Don't thank me for that. I was happy to help. You're a trooper yourself. You didn't need me. He placed a kiss on my forehead. You never need to thank me for something like that, he added. I would like to, though. It truly meant a lot. I spoke softly. He didn't leave my side all night. He held me, calmed me, spoke to me, and tried to do anything to keep my mind off the pain. He was respectful and never went too far, and I respected him for that. When the pain was dull enough, he got me out of the tub and dressed me in one of his big t-shirts. We got in bed. He held me close, and I was finally able to sleep. And now here we are. Emily, I was thinking last night. And I was so worried for you, I didn't even sleep a wink. I watched you all night. I made sure you slept pain-free, and it made me realize how much I have been fearing for you lately. Even though this is just heat. It adds on to my worrying. What I'm getting at is, I want you to be near me as much as you can. I don't want to be away from you any longer. I lay in bed some nights worried to death about someone breaking into your room and taking you from me. I don't care if you have guards guarding it or not. It's not enough for me. I want you here. With me, he said and let out a breath after. My heart sped up as it sank in. You want me to move in with you? I asked, and he slowly nodded. I would be more at peace knowing you're close. I thought about it. The minute mates figure out they're mated to one another, they usually are whisked away to live with one another. The male usually asks right away, almost demanding the female to move in with him. Oliver didn't do that. He gave me time. He let me get used to this, and now he wants me. I want him. I need him. Lately, he's became my anchor. Just his touch makes my worries go away. Okay, I told him, and a huge smile crawled its way onto his face. Really, I nodded, grinning. Really. He was quick to lean down, pressing his lips to mine, and I groaned, leaning into it. His tongue asked for an entrance. I gladly gave it. We fought for dominance, and in the end he won the battle as his tongue expertly explored my mouth. The kiss became more hungry as his hands trailed down to my waist just below the shirt. I gasped at the contact, pulling back slightly, needing to catch my breath. His face held an alarmed look. What? Too much, I shook my head. Not enough, I replied, pulling him back down to meet my lips as he growled in appreciation. You're killing me, he mumbled against my lips. Vice versa, I replied, slightly biting his lip and tugging, and he growled once more, pushing me onto my back as he hovered over me. So you want to play dirty? He asked with a grin, as I panted beneath him with a grin just as wicked. I don't know if you've earned it, I said as he leaned down, and a chuckle left him as he pressed his hips into mine, causing me to gasp. I think I've more than earned it. He shot back, placing a kiss on my neck. He started trailing kisses down my neck when I felt my mind cloud over and my eyes shift to my wolf's. Get to the station as soon as possible. Wesley is on his way back and he has news and it doesn't sound good. Claire mind-linked me, and Oliver sat up staring at me, noting my lack of movement. On our way, I replied back, and my mind slowly went back to normal as well as my eyes. Who was it? What happened? Oliver asked, noticing I was mind-linking. We have to go back to the station now. Wesley is on his way. And it doesn't look like it's on good terms, I replied, and he was quick to sit up. I don't have clothes. I groaned as I crawled out of bed. I didn't have time to go back to my room. I have a sweatshirt you can use. Just use your jeans from yesterday. I had someone wash them. I nodded, and he walked over, grabbing them from a desk and handed me them. I wiggled into them, pulling them under the shirt and buttoned them, and then took the sweatshirt he handed me and turned my back to him, pulling his tee off. I pulled the sweatshirt on, and when I turned back around, he was already in a pair of jeans and a black muscle tee. It was different not seeing him in his enchanting suits. Let's go. I darted into the station with Oliver tailing behind me, and when I walked in, my heart broke. Wesley was sitting on a chair with his face in his hands, and Claire was rubbing his back with a sad expression. Brian had a clenched jaw and clenched fist. "Ooh, Wesley," I croaked out, and he looked up with red, puffy eyes. He was crying. I failed you. He spoke as a tear slipped down his cheek. I broke my promise to you. They got Tanner. They took him. They have Tanner in their custody. He spoke, and like that it felt like my world collapsed. No. Please explain what happened. I croaked out, and Oliver was quick to pull me to his side in a comforting motion. He took a deep breath, trying to calm down. We were on this trail. We were so close. These men. I saw them sneaking through the borders, and I thought, we got them. We followed them to this warehouse, and we marked it on our maps. We left back to the car, and we were going to come home and get a squad before going back there. Tanner was looking around for his phone, and he said he must have dropped it. I told him it wasn't important and we can look for it another time. He was worried they would find it, and he would be the next target. He told me to wait for him and he'd be right back. I knew it was a suicide mission, so I told him not to go, or at least let me come with. He wouldn't budge. He said it would be 5 minutes tops, and if he didn't find it by then he would come back. I was to guard the car and make sure we weren't spotted. I was stupid to let him go alone. It's all my fault. He didn't come back, and when I went to look for him, I couldn't find him. Wesley croaked out, a stray tear running down his cheek. Claire had to look away so she wouldn't start crying. Brian looked even angrier, and I didn't know what to think. Did someone inform the chief? I asked. We already have a group out looking for him. We'll just have to do our best. Brian spoke up, trying to maintain his anger. Claire rested her head on Brian's shoulder, and he was quick to pull her to his side, resting his chin on the top of her head. It was silent within the station, and I had no clue what to say. I was their leader, and here I was completely useless. Okay. Tanner isn't going to show back up with us sitting around. Brian and Claire, I want you searching every camera on the borders with Wesley. Let him show you where they were. The rest of you, I want you looking at the maps Wesley and Tanner marked on. I want you to send possible whereabouts to the squad that is looking for him. Oliver spoke up, and I mentally thanked him. Let's get to it. I added quietly, and everyone went their separate ways following orders. You okay? Oliver asked, grabbing my chin softly, making me look at him. No, I replied, and had to blink away tears. He is like my family. Oliver, I told him, looking back at Brian. Claire. And Wesley. They all are. We're such a close group. I don't know if I told you this or not already, but I lost my parents when I was merely a teen. That is why I dedicated my life to being a damn good FBI agent. Their case was never dealt with correctly, and the man who killed them got away. I won't go into detail, but Tanner was the first person I met when I came here. He's like my big brother. I'm sorry. I know this isn't easy. We just have to try our best. He told me, and I slowly nodded. Yeah. I sat in my hotel room where my cases and things we've came across still was. I looked through some of the victims, just trying to put a pattern together. What made them such a target? I could feel a headache coming on, and I just wanted to scream. I wanted to scream at the goddess to give me some answers. I wanted to scream at the world just to ask why. And most of all, I just wanted this case to be solved. The man to be caught. And for me to feel at peace. It seemed like too much to ask for. There was a soft knock on the door and I watched as it opened and Wesley walked through. "I'm so sorry. Emily." He spoke and I sighed, standing and opened my arms, and he was quick to walk into my embrace, wrapping his arms around me tightly. "I never meant for this to happen." He croaked into my neck as I rubbed his back. "I know. Wes. We can't let them win," I said, and he pulled back, looking at me, and shook his head. "I won't let them," he said sharply, and reluctantly let go of me and took a seat by the table, clasping his hands together. I knew he felt this was all his fault. Sure. He should have let Tanner go off on his own. But Tanner should have never told him to stay and wait for him. That was a stupid thing to do. "This is all my fault," he said, closing his eyes. "Don't say that." I mumbled, and he held out his hand, stopping me. "Nothing you say. Emily is going to make me forgive myself. This is my fault. I should have never let him go. Goddess. There's no telling what they've done to him." "Stop," I said sharply. "Letting all these negative thoughts into your head is only going to make it worse. You beating yourself up over this is already letting them win. So just stop," I replied and walked over, grabbing a bottle of water from the mini fridge and handed it to him. "Take a minute to calm down. Then we'll talk," I replied and sat down next to him and looked back at the case files. No signs or traces. Someone spoke through the walkie-talkie as we walked around the woods where Tanner was last seen. "Copy that," I replied and sighed, tightening my grip on my gun. Being in these woods made me feel off. Brian and Claire stayed back monitoring the camera footage from the borders, and Wesley came with me and another search team. "So this is where you last saw him?" I asked Wesley, looking around the area. "Yeah." "The car was parked back where I previously showed you, and he took off this way," he replied, and I looked around. "Well, it's daylight. Do you think you could pick a trail up on him?" I asked, and Wesley squatted and looked around on the ground. "No. It rained, and we've all been walking all over this grass and mud. I'll get nowhere." He sighed, standing, and kicked a nearby rock angrily. "Calm down. We can't have you upset. You're our best bet right now," I told him, and he just let out a small growl before walking away and headed down the path we were on. I shook my head, following after him. "Did you find anything?" Oliver asked as I walked into his office. "No. It was a dead end. But we still have some guys looking out for Tanner," I told him as he rounded his desk and pulled me into his embrace. "Did you get my things moved in from the hotel room?" I asked, looking up at him. "Yeah." He smiled. "I'm sorry I couldn't help," I told him, and he shook his head. "Don't be. I know you have a lot of stuff on your plate right now. I was glad to do it," he said, and I smiled softly and leaned up, pecking his lips. "I don't deserve you," I mumbled. "I think that's the other way around." Oh, how wrong he was. "I'm just happy to have you in my arms every night," he said, grinning, and I could tell he was trying to get my mind off things. "Every night, so I'm staying in your room," I teased, and he smirked. "Unless you fancy a guest bedroom instead of my oh-so-comfy bed." He joked, and I hummed, thinking about it. "I think I can manage sleeping in your bed," I replied and chuckled, leaning in closer to me. Yeah, I said as he placed another kiss on my lips, and he let out a small groan. "You drive me crazy," he said, and I just let out a small laugh. "Vice versa," I replied. "Are you hungry?" he asked, looking at his watch. "It's lunchtime, and I know you were out early this morning," he added. "Lunch sounds amazing. Anything to get my mind off things for a few." "How about that little cafe down the road you like so much?" I grinned. "You know me so well." "Oh, don't I know?" He shot back with a wink. We went and got lunch, and it felt nice to get my mind off things for a couple hours. Though, Tanner never really left my mind. I didn't even want to think of what they could be doing to him. What if he's... No, I will not think that. When we got back, Brian and Claire announced they didn't find anything on all the footage they watched, and we were back at square one. I viewed the case files again. I typed people's names in. I did everything I could think of, and there was no correlation that I had came up with. We were getting nowhere. This guy was too good. I stood in my old hotel room looking at the wall of victims with an angry expression. I can't believe I am failing at my job. I grabbed my hair angrily. Just think, Emily. They're all within the age of 22 to 27, both male and female. Each person was staged as a suicide. I'm missing something. What am I missing? I spoke to no one in particular. The man from the other night popped into my mind. I quickly grabbed my phone, calling Brian. Yeah, he picked up. That man that was at every crime scene. Have you got him yet? I asked. I talked to Chief about it and he said he brought him in. I don't know if he's questioned him yet. But I cut him off. Okay, thanks. I need to call the chief then. I told him and quickly ended the call. Dialing up the chief, I waited for him to answer. Hello, he picked up. Chief, that man you brought in for questioning. Did you get anything out of him? I asked. Emily. That is exactly what I was about to call you about. I did, and this changes everything about the case. Each victim. The man knew them all. He said that. The chief stopped talking. Hello, he called out. Chief, I asked, confused. Hold on. Emily. I heard something. He replied and heard the shuffling of the phone, and it sounded like he sat it down. What are you doing here? Chief asked, sounding shocked, and my brows furrowed as no one responded, and then I heard it. A gunshot. I jumped back, letting out a screech. Chief, I yelled, and I heard the phone being picked up. Chief can't come to the phone right now. A man with a deep voice spoke, and my heart dropped. X says to stop looking into this before more die. And this time there won't be a pattern for your pretty little face to figure out. Let this be a warning. The line went dead and I felt shock take over as my body started shaking, and I knew a panic attack was coming on as the phone slipped from my hand and crashed onto the ground. My breathing started to get harsh and it felt like I couldn't breathe. Not the chief. The panic attack grew worse and I felt as I went lightheaded and everything went dark. Light beeping was heard and I slowly opened my eyes, looking around, seeing Brian, Wesley, Claire, and Oliver all sitting around me with sad looks. What happened? I croaked out, and all 4 pairs of eyes snapped to me. Oh, thank goddess you're okay, Oliver said, taking my hand in his and placed a kiss on it. You had a panic attack, Brian announced, and everything hit me like a brick and I sat up quickly as my eyes clouded with tears. The chief, I spoke, and Claire gave me a sad look. The chief is dead. He didn't make it. She croaked out, and for the first time that week I let everything out as sobs racked my body. I stood with our other agents around the burial site. The only color you saw was black, and the only expressions people wore was those of sorrow. I felt numb and empty. The chief, or as some called him, Keith, was like a father to me ever since I joined the force. He took me under his wing and created one hell of an agent out of me. He taught me to never give up and to always fight. If only I could have figured this mess out sooner. He wouldn't be lying in the casket in front of me. His wife sobbed as their children comforted her. She soon will lose her mind because her mate has died and the bond has severed. Not only did his children lose their father, but soon a mother. I hated whoever was doing this. I hated them. Chief was doing nothing wrong but trying to stop a hatred in the world, and how was he repaid? A bullet to the head. Agents spoke great words about him. They told his war stories and his funny moments. They spoke about how they respected him and how he loved each and every one of us. How he worked until the job was done and encouraged us to do the same. I was supposed to speak. I was supposed to give this great speech about the man lying dead before me. But I felt sick at my stomach to even open my mouth. I failed him. If I could have caught this killer sooner, none of this would be happening. No one would be grieving for the loss of a great man. Emily, anything you would like to say? His son had asked me. Yes. A great deal. I opened my mouth to speak but had to take a deep breath. The chief was like a father to me, as most know. I spoke and felt Claire take my hand into hers. He was the first to show me the ropes of this job. He was the first to show me how to raise a gun, how to catch the bad guys, and how to handle my own case. He believed in me when others didn't. He believed in me when I didn't believe in myself, and never once let me down. There was times where I found myself stuck, and he gave that small push in the right direction. He gave me someone to look up to, and for that I will always be grateful. Though, there was one thing he would never ever let me do: give up. And I won't. I will get justice for the life that was taken from us. I will find this man, and I will not let him get away with taking any more lives. We will find him, and we will put him behind bars. I swear on it. I am not giving up until I can say that Keith can rest in peace. That all these other victims of this hate can rest in peace. I will not stop until the job is done. Just like Keith wouldn't, I looked down, letting out a breath. I couldn't say any more. I wanted to scream at the world, and I felt as if I opened my mouth once more, that is exactly what would happen. Claire noticed my hesitancy and my tighter grip on her hand and spoke up, changing the attention away from me. Who has to die next for this killer to be satisfied? After the burial, everyone said their goodbyes. The last of the tears were dried up and everyone parted their ways. Though, there I stood as it started to slowly rain. I stood by his grave, hands in pockets, not knowing what to do. What was to come next? What pain would hit me next, Chief? I'm so sorry. I spoke out into the cold. Chris Bear, I failed you. I didn't do the job correctly. Maybe if I would have thought harder, stayed up longer, or just. New tears filled my eyes and I quickly blinked them away. I don't know what to do. A sob left me, and I hated myself for feeling so weak. I fear for everyone around me. I know I have to keep looking and I have to keep fighting. But what is the costs to come? If only he was here to tell me to suck it up and keep trying. I needed that gruff voice to pull me out of this hellhole I have fallen into. First Tanner goes missing. Now Chief is dead. Who else will be taken from me? I heard the footsteps approaching and I knew who they were. The officials. 4 of them in their uptight suits, ready to push over a new job. Emily. One spoke and I held up my hand. Do we have to do this now? I croaked out, looking at them, and they gave me a look of pity. I know now is not the time, but given the circumstances Then why are you here? You couldn't have waited until at least for us to actually leave the damn cemetery, I snapped. Miss Sire. We don't have time for this. Another replied with a bite in his tone. A killer is on the loose, which I am very well aware of. Now. Can you please leave? I cut him off. Emily. You're up to be the new chief. You're the FBSI's new leader. They need you to guide them. We've contacted Alpha Jackson and he sends his condolences. But he has to come swear you in as the new chief tomorrow. We can't waste time. I rolled my eyes, turning on my heels, walking away. Emily one called and I clenched my fist together. I'll be there, I yelled, praying they would just shut the hell up and leave me alone. Goddess help me. They want you to be chief. Right away, Oliver asked, as he pulled back the comforter of his bed. Yeah. I mumbled, completely drained and worn out. I crawled into the bed, as did Oliver, and he was quick to open up his arms, to which I gratefully accepted. He wrapped one around me tightly, using the other to pull up the cover around us as I laid my head on his chest, finally able to feel more content than I have all day. Just know that if you want to talk. I'm here, he said, and I smiled. I know. We all stood stiff and waiting. His car would pull up any minute and my heart was beating frantically. You ready for this? Claire whispered to me. No, I replied and took in a deep breath when I saw the slick, black car coming down the road towards the station. We all straightened and stood in a line waiting for his arrival. Oliver stood in front of us, ready to welcome the Alpha. After all, Alpha Jackson was one of the best, if not the best Alpha there is. And he assigned me. He told Chief that I should take this case. He knew of my work. What if I've let him down? The car came to a stop and the back door opened and a body emerged. He looked just like he did on the news, if not better. But Oliver didn't need to know that. Alpha Jackson walked around the car and up to Oliver in a crisp, clean suit with a jacket draped around his shoulders, making him look even more important. Welcome to the Immaculate Pack. Jackson, Oliver said as they shook hands, and Jackson gave him a small smile before looking behind him, and his eyes trailed over the line of people until his eyes stopped when they met mine. He sidestepped Oliver and walked towards me, and my heart was pounding like a drum. Don't act stupid. Don't mess up. This is the Intelligence Alpha. Act smart. And Emily. How are you? He asked, approaching me, and I gave him a small bow of the head to show respect. Good. Sire. And you? He gave me a deep nod back, acknowledging my politeness. Well, he looked at my team and back to me. Let's get inside, shall we? He asked, glancing around. I think we have some unwanted attention, he added, looking at the people of the Immaculate Pack hanging around curiously. wanting to see the alpha. We shall. I followed after him, and I felt Oliver place his hand on the small of my back, causing me to relax some. We walked in, and he walked around the station. This is where you've been doing most of your investigation out of, yes? Sir. He nodded, and I showed him where our things we've came up with so far was. I have some more things if you'd like to see them. They're in my hotel room. It's guarded so everything is intact and secure. He looked up. I'm fine. Thank you, though. Was the guards your idea? He asked, and I nodded, and he grinned. I know I picked you for a reason. He winked and turned, tossing the papers on the desk behind him before leaning against the desk and folded his arms. His serious manner dropped. Well, I hear I need to swear you in. I felt guilty for taking the job. No. I felt disgusted. Yeah. I mumbled, and Oliver once again placed his hand on the small of my back in a calming manner, and I gave him a small smile. He probably could feel my nervousness through the bond. Jackson noted the movement and looked between us and raised a brow. Are you too? He trailed off, and my eyes widened slightly. Mates. We're mates. Oliver was quick to clarify, and Jackson relaxed some. Okay, good. I don't need any conflicts on this case. Too much drama. He grumbled, and I heard some people around us snicker. Is there a room I could talk with Emily privately? Jackson asked, and my heart once again picked up its speed. Yes, this way. I pointed, and he followed me there. We walked in, and he shut the door behind us as I took a seat, a table, and he did the same. Look, I know this isn't the way you wanted a promotion. I know this case is killing you. Because I've been there. I've seen people I loved get taken away, and I've dealt with the pain. I wouldn't have took my time to come down here if I thought you weren't capable of doing this job. I chose you for it for a reason. I've seen a lot of work from FBSI agents before, but none like yours. I am supposed to be doing this case. But I have too much happening. My kid was just born, and I want to focus on her and my mate. I had to think of someone that I trusted. I had to think of someone that could fill my shoes. I chose you. This wasn't me just picking some random agent. You have talent. I saw the way you looked in there. You feel disgusted with this, and I understand. But you can't leave this killer out in the world any longer. You've got to step into some different shoes and run the show now. If there is anyone that can do it. It's you. Find this man. Emily. Stop him. That coming from him made this 10 times more stressful. What if I fail? I would let everyone down. He trusts me, and I could lose it in the blink of an eye. So, I'm going to go back in there and swear you in as chief. You're going to take the position head on and get this son of a criminal. Do you understand? You're going to use the new resources given to you and use that brain that's got you this far. Think hard and think strong. It gets you places. Believe me. Oh, I do. Look at yourself. I wanted to say, thank you. Alpha. I just do not want to fail you or anyone else. I replied, and he let out a small chuckle. Emily. I think you've doubted yourself too much. If I thought that about you, I wouldn't be sitting in this chair giving you a pep talk like a PE teacher talking to a kid who's scared to play dodgeball, he said, and I couldn't help but let out a small laugh, and he grinned. Feels special. I don't give these talks out usually. I'm honored. I joked, though I actually was truly honored. Good. He stood, straightening his tie, and nodded towards the door. Well, let's go do this. Miss Sire. Repeat after me. I, Emily Sire, swear to take this position with honor, respect, and pride. I, Emily Sire, swear to take this position with honor, respect, and pride. I said as I held up my left hand. I promise to fulfill my duties efficiently and with unobjectionable behavior. I promise to serve to my full potential and help all that are in need. I swear to put my life on the line in order to save others. And I promise to lead my team and other agents to success. I repeated it back, and he smiled. I, Alpha Jackson, declare you, Emily Sire, Chief and Director of the FBSI. I wish you and your team the best of luck. Everyone clapped, but Jackson's eyes never left mine, and I knew what he was thinking. You can do this. The question was, can I? Okay, everyone, I wanted you looking everywhere. If you even pick up on a different scent, follow it. I don't want to leave this trail without any evidence. Am I understood? I called out, and agents, tightened their grips on their guns. Yes, Chief. They spoke, and I fought the urge to flinch at the title. I signaled for us to disperse, and we all did so. Different groups went different ways, and I lead the biggest. We have to find something. Tanner can't be gone. He just can't. Wesley walked beside with me with a depressed expression. He's been wearing himself out the past nights, looking everywhere and staying up to go back over trails. He's blaming everything on himself, and he's starting to shut himself off from us. This was what I was afraid of. What about through there? I asked, pointing to a field, and he shook his head. I've already been that way. Through there is where the warehouse was that we first saw. We've checked it 3 times now. They're too smart. They've already moved locations. They knew we were onto them. I wanted to growl in frustration. Okay, then we'll go this way. I mumbled, walking down a path with knee-high weeds. Emily. Do you think we'll find him? Wesley asked, and I couldn't find it in myself to say yes or no, and he realized that, nodding softly, we can only hope. I replied and kept walking. As I took a step forward, my boot came down and I heard a crunch, and I held my fist up quickly, making everyone halt. Slowly. I looked down and removed my boot, and there it laid, Tanner's phone. His phone, I yelled quickly, scooping down and picking it up. Brian soon came into view and took it from my hands eagerly. He looked it over and sighed. It's smashed. But I might be able to get some things off it back at the station. He met my eyes. This might be a new start. Get all the groups in this area. He was near. Brian mumbled, looking around, and in that moment, it felt that we were ants in a huge forest waiting to be killed. I always just felt off in these woods. It's just so weird. He went back for his phone, but he never got it, Claire said, and I made a what face. He was attacked. Obviously, he didn't get it, I said, and she sighed. I'm just saying. There's no blood or anything around it. We don't know that he was attacked, she said, and I raised a brow. What are you hinting at, Claire? I asked, and she thought her words over before replying with a shrug. I just feel we're not getting the whole story. That's all, she mumbled, and a minute later Brian walked in. Anything? I asked, sitting up in my chair of the Claire's hotel room. Nothing yet. I've got to do a couple more things before I can try anything on the phone. I nodded, and he looked to be in thought. I'm worried. It's been days, and usually the killer stages someone right after he kills them, and Brian. Breathe, I said, and took in a deep breath. If, and I'm only saying if, he's gone. This killer is planning on something big. He's wanting to get his message across. And that terrifies me. I can't see someone that's like my brother get strung up by a noose or something. I just can't. He said, and Claire stood up, walking over to him and placed a hand on the side of his face. Hey. It's okay. We'll find him. She tried to reassure, but his looks didn't falter. I knew the two shared similar mindsets. They both, though this was over and Tanner was gone, or worse, dead. I gritted my teeth, thinking of everything I could get my mind set on. I replayed everything over, and my eyes widened as I sat up. The chief. I trailed off, and their eyes snapped to meet mine. The chief. Before he was saying he interviewed the guy that was at every crime scene. He said he figured something out that changed the whole case. But that was all I got from him before the killer came. Chief didn't write it down anywhere, and the videotape from the session just vanished. They knew the chief would find out, and they knew we'd get them. We have to find that man again. We have to find where he went after. I spoke, and Brian nodded. We have to find him before they do. If he knew something and it helped our investigation, and he spoke up. He's the next target. He explained. We need to start now, Claire said, grabbing her keys. Let's go to the station, she mumbled. Anything new today? Oliver asked as we walked through the doors of his home. We found Tanner's phone. Brian thinks he can maybe get something off it, I replied. That's good. Right, I hope so. Goddess. I'm just so stressed. Oliver. I mumbled, placing my hands over my face, holding back the tears. Hey. Baby. He cooed, placing his hands around my wrist. Bring my hands from my face so I would look at him. What's on your mind? What's not? Brian and Claire think Tanner is dead. Wesley is detaching himself from us and becoming closed off and distant because he's blaming Tanner's disappearance all on himself, and I'm losing my mind. I spoke, and I didn't notice I was crying until Oliver's thumb swept off a traitor tear from my cheek. Everything will be okay. You can do this, and I'll help any way I possibly can. I can't stand to see you hurting. He spoke softly as I sniffled. Come take a bath. You need to unwind for the night, he said, taking my hand, and I nodded, letting him lead me upstairs into his room. I'll get some hot water running for you. He spoke and I nodded, kicking off my shoes and shrugged off the blazer I was wearing. I untucked my shirt from my dress pants and pulled my hair up into a messy bun. It's ready, Oliver announced, and I let out a sigh and followed him into the bathroom to see the tub full with steaming water and bubbles. Goddess, I think I love this man. If you'll change and get in, I'll come back and ease some tension in your shoulders, he said, and I couldn't help but smile. Are you offering to massage my shoulders? I asked, and he winked in response, walking to the door and shutting it behind him. I unbuttoned my pants, letting them fall to the floor, and pulled my shirt over my head and stripped myself from my undergarments, then slid into the hot, steaming water. I sighed in relief, already feeling my body start to relax. A knock was at the door. You in yet? Yes. I called out and he opened it. Thank the goddess for the bubbles covering everything up. Well, at least until a little under my collarbone. I'm going to sit behind you, he said, and I nodded, watching him do so. He was wearing a t-shirt and some short instead of the suit he was wearing moments ago. The way he sat on top of the tub behind me and leaned against the wall was perfect for him to access my shoulders and not getting anything wet, but his lower legs as he put them on either side of me. I could do this every night. I couldn't help but moan as he started working on my shoulders. I wouldn't do that if I was you. You're only covered by bubbles and I'm not scared to pop them. He spoke in a husky voice and a small laugh escaped me. You're the one who offered to release some tension. I teased, and a small growl escaped him. I can show you how I would really love to release some tension, he suggested playfully, and I snorted. In your dreams. Pretty boy. Take me out first. I shot back and heard him laugh. I think I can manage that, he said, and I was about to reply when I heard the phone ringing. Who calls the house phone anymore? He asked, confused, but nonetheless got out and went over to where it sat in the bathroom before answering it. Hello, oh. Why are you calling on here? Oh. We're in the bathroom. I guess we didn't hear your calls on our cells. Yeah. Put her through and I'll let her speak to Emily. Oliver spoke and my brows furrowed, confused. That was my beta. Claire was trying to get in touch. He's putting her call through. Oliver spoke to me and I nodded, and he picked up the whole receiver and walked it as far as it would go and handed me the phone. Hello, I asked. This is our chance. I know I said that baiting was never a good idea. But Brian and I was talking. They wanted me before. They'll want me again. I think we should bait me. Wesley is leading 2 groups out tomorrow on a new piece of land to investigate. So this killer, whoever they are, won't be anywhere near them. They'll have to leave if they're there, and we'll be waiting. Get Oliver to come with. We keep it small. Only me. You. Him. And Brian. This way they won't see what was coming. I can't sit around any longer and do nothing. My heart was beating frantically as I glanced at Oliver nervously. Are you sure? This could be dangerous? I'm sure. I have to do this. I have to know why they want me, she said, and I sighed. Okay, this is ridiculous. Oliver grumbled as we sat up against a wall while I continued peeking around the corner. If you didn't want to come, you didn't have to, I replied, glancing at Claire, who was looking at her flat tire with an angry expression. And leave my mate alone? I don't think so. Oliver shot back. And I fought the urge to roll my eyes. You know, this is my job, right? I do stuff like this all the time. I told him. And he let out a small growl. Doesn't mean I have to like it. He spoke with a childish tone. And this time I did roll my eyes. Don't roll your eyes at me, Oliver snapped. And I couldn't help but let out a small laugh. Like I said, childish. Just shush and wait. Oliver. I groaned. Brian played off the flat tire situation, telling Claire, look, stay here in the car and lock it. I'll walk down to get some help. Try and get a hold of Emily and see if Oliver can send someone down here quicker. and she sighed doing so, I have to admit. They were good actors. No one else knew of our plan of baiting once again. Brian and Claire were supposed to get a flat tire. He was to leave. And she was supposed to get back out acting like she was looking for service, as Oliver and I waited patiently to attack if needed. We were hid well. Minutes passed and I watched Claire get back out of the car holding her phone up, following the plan smoothly. Are you freaking kidding me? How do I not have service? Out of all times this could happen. She mumbled to herself, tapping her phone angrily. If I wasn't waiting for a deranged killer to show up, I would have laughed. Do you really think this is going to work? Oliver asked clearly, doubting the plan. I mean, it did fail once before. Shh. I scolded and heard an annoyed sigh leave him. Brian was clearly down the road by now, but would be coming back any minute to hide and be prepared as well. I saw a shadow emerge from the near woods and my heart sped up. I smacked Oliver on the leg, alerting him silently, and I watched his eyes shift to a bright green, his wolf surfacing for control. He was ready for a fight. Claire heard the crunches of leaves and looked around, startled. Brian, she asked, draw them closer. Though, when I saw 4 men walk towards the car, my heart stopped. Abort mission. My subconscious screamed. Claire saw them and slowly started backing up, and I saw a flash of brown and saw a wolf lunge at one of the men, Brian. I heard a yelp from him, and this time a large, near-black form darted past me, and I looked, seeing Oliver gone, and my heart now felt like it was running a mile. Oliver's wolf was huge and terrifying as he snarled, already attacking one man to the ground off of Brian. Claire let out a scream, running towards me, and I pulled out my gun, firing rounds at the men who were quick to dodge them. Okay. Plan B. I gave my wolf the control she wanted, but she didn't shift. I knew my eyes were shining a bright yellow as a threat. She wanted to tear these men apart. Claire stood beside me, and I watched as Oliver went for another one after taking down the one he first went after. Brian laid motionless in wolf form on the ground, and my heart dropped. 2 men wore masks, but their eyes held humor as they advanced towards us. I pushed Claire behind me as she went to take a step forward. What are you doing? Let me at them. She growled out. No. If you want her, you have to get through me. I stated, and the 2 men glanced at one another. Though my acting tough plan failed as I let out a screech as I was grabbed from behind. Claire was too. Oh, you've got to be modified content. I grumbled, fighting the man's grasp. Oliver's attention looked to me, and he went to dart towards us when another wolf lunged from the woods, tackling him to the ground. My wolf growled, seeing her mate like that. The next thing I knew, my body was shifting and I snarled, feeling my wolf emerge for the first time in months. The men that one held me couldn't hold me as I shifted, and I turned, attacking him quickly. He howled in pain, and I was quick to change from the bite on his arm and lunged for his neck. He didn't deserve to live. Claire followed my lead, shifting as the man tried dragging her away from us, and I watched as she broke free and ran, jumping on the man that had been charging at me from behind. 2 men, I think, were left, and I turned to face one when he raised his hand, acting like he was going to hit me, but then it was like something came over him and he stopped, slowly making a whistle sound, slowly stepping backwards, and the rest of the men took off towards the woods, as did he. I didn't bother to go after them. I was too shaken. What the actual hell just happened? Why didn't he hit me? Oliver walked over with blood dripping from his snout, and I looked him over, not seeing any scratches or anything on him. He was okay. He did the same, then nuzzled his head with mine when he realized I was safe and unscathed. Claire shifted, not caring for us to see, and ran, dropping to her knees by Brian's form, and put her head to his neck, checking for a pulse. Oh, thank God. He's alive. She sobbed out, and relief washed over me. This didn't go as expected. Stupid, Brian growled out as he held a bag of ice to his head. We all had went back to the station to change and talk things over, and finally he woke up. Turns out, they hit him pretty hard on the head, knocking him out. Luckily, Oliver got to them before they could do anything else. I don't know why we thought that was a good idea. I don't know why I thought we could get answers. Claire spoke, and I sighed. I don't know why I listened to you 2. I added in, and Oliver just shook his head, annoyed with all 3 of us. You got ahead of yourselves. I tried telling you this wasn't a good idea, speaking of the first time this happened. You're trying to do anything now, and that is called being desperate. I understand that you want to find this guy. But you know he has other people doing his business. He isn't stupid, and we all once again fell into his trap, Emily. You of all people should have known. A leader doesn't throw her men into desperate situations. You should have thought this out and not just thrown something random into the air. You can't do that. I didn't reply because I knew he was right. He was an alpha after all. He knew how to handle his pack in tricky situations. How come you let us go then? How come you came with Claire? Snapped, obviously not liking his attitude. And his eyes flickered green at her disrespect. I came because no matter what I said or offered you would have went anyways. You're lucky that I did because who the hell knows where y'all would be now. He snapped back and she stayed silent. He was once again right. After a moment of silence, Claire spoke up as confusion crossed her face. They didn't harass Emily. She said with wide eyes, and I was now confused. Are you blind? Did you forget the part when they snatched us from behind? I asked. No. Sure, they grabbed us. But when I tired breaking away, I was smacked around. My hair was pulled. And I couldn't barely breathe. When you did, they only held you tighter and didn't dare inflict pain on you. Then, when that man went to hit you, he stopped and called the other men off and they ran. She said. Oliver looked to me with wide eyes, as did Brian. Don't look at me, I said. Just as shocked as they were. Why? Claire asked. Whoever this killer is. They must have gave orders not to harm her. Brian started glancing at Claire. Whoever this is. Cares for you. She spoke, like a mate would. Brian said, slowly glancing at Oliver. Oliver scoffed with disgust. You really aren't trying to assume modified content now. Are you? He spat. Brian rose from his seat, pointing his finger accusingly. Funny how you didn't even come out without a scratch. Funny how they didn't dare lay a finger on her roughly. Or how you didn't care to go after them. Come to think of it. Where were you when Claire was attacked, or when that body was found by the ocean, or he was cut off by Oliver pushing him away from him harshly, and Brian flew into his chair with a thud. Hey, knock it off, the both of you, I yelled, getting up and running between the two of them. Oliver's chest rose angrily. How dare you accuse me? Those people that died are my pack members. You think I would want Emily to even have to deal with the pain she's went through, that I'd go after her best friend? Are you insane? I didn't go after them because you were unconscious and my mate was just manhandled. Quite frankly, she comes first, and I'll be damned to leave her after something like that. Oliver yelled. I pushed him backwards away from Brian. Brian. Oliver was with me when Claire was attacked. Okay, stop accusing stuff. We don't even know what they want with me. The killer could want to hurt me himself, who knows? Stop making up modified content and making this more complicated than it has to be. I growled out. Whatever. I'm going to my room. Brian replied and stood from the chair, walking to the door. Claire sighed, following closely behind him. Oliver was shaking with anger, and I rose my hands, setting them on the sides of his face gently and making him look at me. Hey! Calm down. Okay, everything is fine. Brian is just stressed out. No one is blaming anyone. I spoke softly, and his shaking slowly came to a stop as he stared into my eyes. He leaned forward, placing his head in the crook of my neck, wrapping his arms around my waist tightly. Taking in my scent to calm down. It's okay. I mumbled, running my hands through his hair. I still can't believe he had the audacity to accuse me. Oliver scoffed as we laid in bed that next morning. My head was laid on his chest as his arms were wrapped around me. The last thing I wanted to talk about right now was work. Just drop it, Oliver. He's just worried and protective over me. I mumbled, tracing the lines of his defined abs. It's just... Half of those victims are from my pack. Why would I want to kill my own members? I cut him off by leaning up and pressing my lips to his. He instantly shut up and responded to the kiss intensely. A minute later, he gripped my face gently and pulled back. Not fair. He spoke, and I let out a small laugh. I had to shut you up somehow. I teased. I understand why you're mad. You're an alpha and those are your people. You don't want to be disrespected or your people to be disrespecting. It's in your nature to be mad. I would too. I'm a little upset that he'd accuse my mate. But I know that you obviously aren't some delusional killer. Oliver, don't let this get under your skin. I placed a kiss on his chest, looking back up at him. Okay. He spoke, but I could tell he was still bothered. Oliver's hand drifted down to my waist, and before I could resist, he pulled me on top of him to where I was straddling him. Get my mind off it. He winked and I scoffed, rolling my eyes. I would. But I need to shower and get to work. I teased and started to get off of him, but he held me down. We could save water, he suggested, and I laughed, swatting his chest. No, I emphasized. Fine. He spoke grumpily. Just one kiss. I rolled my eyes, leaning down to peck his lips when he pulled me to him, deepening it and flipped us over to where he was hovering over me. Damn you. I mumbled against his lips and laced my fingers through his hair. He chuckled, leaning back some. Now do I have your attention, he asked, and I frowned. You're distracting. I need a shower. I tried to get up, but he placed his lips on the spot where he would mark me and I froze. That's the point. I don't want you to leave just yet, he said, trailing his lips upwards, and my wolf was going insane. Damn you. I mumbled again before his lips met mine once more, and I gave in willingly. That morning I had to go to work flustered. Oliver had some meetings to attend to, and I was already about to be late for work, so I dashed out the door after getting ready quickly as possible. Once I walked in the station, Brian met me at the door and held out a cup of coffee with an innocent expression. Forgive me, he asked, and a small smile traced my lips as I took the cup from him. It's not me you need to apologize to. It's Oliver. He was really upset about what you said. I replied, brushing past him towards my desk as he followed. I know. I just was so worked up last night, and it seemed logical at the time. Then Claire talked me down once we made it back to my room, he said with a sigh as I sat my belongings on my desk. I cocked an eyebrow at him. So, you and Claire, I asked, trying to change the subject, and a red tint coated his cheeks. It's complicated. He mumbled, sitting on the edge of my desk, and glanced around, seeing she wasn't near. I think she feels for me. I just don't know, he said, and I couldn't help but let out a small laugh. She likes you. You clueless man, I stated, taking my seat. You think so? I know so. She wouldn't do the things she does around you if she didn't. What do you mean, he asked. You know, the laughing at your not even closely funny jokes. The way she looks at you. Comforts you. The way she acts when you comfort her. His brows furrowed as if he was just taking in the new information. What are you guys talking about? Claire's voice spoke as she walked up to us, and Brian stood abruptly. Nothing. He stuttered out. Keishi turned to me and sighed. Wesley went out this morning again with another group. He asked some more trackers he knew to come down. I tried to get him stay and take a break and breathe, but he waved me off and headed out. I'm worried about him. She spoke sadly. I know. I am too. He's blaming this on him, I replied, and he won't give up until he finds Tanner. Brian added, and I nodded. I was about to speak again when the doors to the station were thrown open with a crack, and we turned, seeing two men run in panting. Get an ambulance. We found him. We found Tanner. The man spoke, and my heart dropped. The three of us rushed to the doors and outside, and from a distance I seen the group coming back. And Wesley, with a tired expression as he carried Tanner over his shoulder. Oh my goddess, I mumbled, running towards them. Brian and another man took Tanner off Wesley's shoulder, and I heard the ambulance coming with its blaring sirens. He's alive. But barely. Brian spoke, checking Tanner's pulse. Tanner was bruised, bloody, and beaten. I found him. Wesley croaked out, and I was quick to pull him into a hug. You found him. I breathed out, glancing at Tanner as Wesley buried his face into the crook of my neck, and I could tell he was crying but trying to hold it back. The paramedics were quick to pull Tanner onto a stretcher and tuck him away in the back of the ambulance. Wesley pulled back. I have to ride with him. I have to make sure he's okay. I nodded at him as he walked to the back of the ambulance and hopped in. The doors closed and they drove off. More good news. We've been looking for the man who was at every crime scene. He's been hiding low for his own good. But we know his girlfriend and we think he's hiding out there. We'll go tomorrow. But now, let's go see our boy and make sure he makes it. Brian spoke and my head pounded. I only cared about Tanner right now. He has to make it. The question was, where has he been? I sat staring at a motionless Tanner. He was hooked up to so many machines with a breathing tube down his throat. I felt sick at my stomach knowing I let him get hurt like this. I could have done my job better, and I'll hate myself every day for that. Tanner, as far as I understood, was in a coma. He'd experienced blunt force trauma to the head, and the doctors said they didn't know if he'd wake up and that the chances were low. When we had gotten him back, the doctors looked him over and said there was a folded-up paper found in his mouth. I had read, "End this now and stop looking. This is my message to you. Our mission will soon be complete and we'll be out of your hair. If you continue, I'll be forced to take someone you love next. And this time, I mean permanently." Other than that, he had obviously undergone many days of torture, and I couldn't even think about what they did to him. I felt a hand on my shoulder bringing me from my thoughts, and I looked over to see Brian giving me a small smile. "We're ready when you are," he said, and I let out a sigh and stood to my feet. "Let's go." We were headed to find the man, Carl Allen, who had been at every crime scene once again. We think he's held up at his girlfriend's house, and we were counting on it. We needed to know what information he told the chief that was powerful enough that the chief had to be killed. And we had to find this man before he was killed too. I knocked on the front door of the house, and it was silent for a moment until I saw a girl peek out the window hesitantly, but ducked when she saw me. "I know you're in there." "Maya." I spoke again, beating on the door. I heard the door unlock, and it was open just a bit to show maybe 2 inches of her face as she eyed me nervously. "Maya, we need to speak with your boyfriend." "Do you have any idea where he is?" I asked, and she shook her head. "No," she replied softly. "Maya, must I remind you that he is in deep danger? We need to keep him safe. If you don't want him to die, this is the way to not let him." She noticeably gulped and opened the door wider. "He told me not to trust anyone," she said barely above a whisper, and I could see the fear imprinted on her. "I'm not the bad guy. I promise." I slowly held my hand up as I reached into my pocket, and her eyes widened but relaxed some when I pulled out my ID and badge. "I'm Emily Sire. I work with the FBSI. I mean you no harm, and I plan to keep you safe." She looked to Brian, Claire, and Wesley behind me. "These are my team members. They're helping me," I added, and she slowly nodded. "So where did he go?" Tears built up in her eyes. "I told him not to. He's already a target," she sobbed. "Where did he go?" "Maya. He went to a party to warn someone or something. I don't know. He had this theory about why all these people were getting killed. Something about his original pack. I don't know." She sobbed. I glanced at the crew before looking back at her. "Can you tell me where the party is? Some address or something," I asked, and she sniffled before thinking and shut the door, causing me to grit my teeth as I heard a lock, and I went to bang on the door when Brian caught my wrist. "Give her a minute." He spoke, and I sighed doing so. Sure enough. The door unlocked once more, and she stuck her hand through the opened crack, and there in her hand sat a piece of paper with what looked to be an address. "That's where he said he was going." "Thank you, Maya. In the meantime, I'm having some of my men from the FBSI stay here and guard your house." "Okay, keep the doors and windows locked. I'll be in touch." She nodded quickly, shutting the door back, and I felt sorry for the poor girl. She was utterly terrified. "We need to go soon. It's already getting dark." I reminded my team, to which they nodded in agreement. "Let's hope we don't show up to a massacre," Claire grumbled. After a 40-minute drive, we drove up on the huge party. "Oh, you've got to be kidding me. There's like 3 people here. We'll never find him." Brian spoke. "Then we divide. Everyone has a gun and ammo," they nodded. Wesley. "Notify the Bureau, we need some backup just in case. It's larger than we anticipated. On it." Chief. He shot back, and I flinched at the word, and he visibly pale, noticing what he just said. "I'm so sorry." Emily. I wasn't thinking. He was quick to speak, and I held my hand up, stopping him. "You're fine. Wes. Let's just get this over with." The house and land around it was huge. People were spread out everywhere, laughing and dancing. I tried not to make a scene, though people were giving me weird glances. I guess I wasn't exactly dressed for the occasion. "Have you seen Carl Allen?" I asked a random girl who shook her head. "Haven't seen him," she called out over the pounding music. I groaned, moving from one person to the next. Someone had to have seen him. As I walked further through the backyard, I seen 2 males arguing far away. One looked to be shaking his head, and the other threw his hands up as if he was exasperated. My eyes furrowed. "That's him, Karl," I shouted, running towards him through the bodies of people. He turned startled and saw me, and his eyes widened. He took off in a dead sprint, and I wanted to smack myself for being so reckless. I shouldn't have yelled. "Stop, FBSI," I yelled, gripping my gun as I hurried after him. I grabbed a walkie that was clipped to my hip and brought it to my lips. "I found Carl. I repeat, I found Carl. Subject is on the run." Taking a beeline for the woods. I spoke and pushed myself to run harder. "Carl, I just want to help," I yelled, and then I heard them. Gunshots. I whipped out my gun, doing a 360, trying to see where they were coming from. I turned, seeing Carl gone, and I growled in frustration. I heard more fired as people were screaming and running. "Everybody get down." "Now," I screamed, and I raised my gun, moving in closer to the house. Through the crowds of people, I saw Wesley emerging, holding his gun as well, looking panicked. "Get down," he yelled at people who listened and were dropping one by one. "Where is Claire and Brian?" I asked as I approached him. "I don't know. They were taking the basement." I turned to head towards the house when I saw the two run out. "Where are the shots coming from?" Brian asked as they made their way to us. "I don't know," I replied, looking around. We were all back to back as we looked, still hearing a couple shot fire, and screams flooded the area. I heard a shot and felt it glide right past me, causing my heart to drop when I heard a groan. "Wesley!" I shouted, dropping to my knees. "Where is the damn backup?" Brian roared, pulling a startled Claire in front of him to where his body shielded hers. Wesley held his bloodied side and was groaning in pain. "Let me see." I spoke, moving his hands, and I lifted his shirt. "Oh, thank God. It grazed you. It didn't enter your skin." I spoke out. "You're going to be okay." I spoke as I looked up and caught a glimpse of someone in the top room of the house. I saw the tip of a gun pointed out of a window, causing anger to flood through me. I pulled my gun up, firing rounds at the window as I closed in on it. Once I was close. I ran inside and up the stairs, throwing every door open until I found that room. Eventually, I came to a cracked door and raised my gun. I could hear Brian running after me, but I threw the door open, looking around with the gun pointed. The window was open as the curtains blew softly with the night breeze. A gun was sprawled out across the floor, and there was nothing else but a small pool of blood. Whoever it was, I got them. But they got away. I ran a shaky hand over my face when something caught my eye. Curiously, I walked closer to the window and bent down, picking up a small square that looked to me like a picture. When I flipped it over, my heart dropped. Emily. Brian's voice emerged into the room as I heard him panting. "I know who the target was tonight." I spoke numbly. "What, who, Carl?" I turned, showing him the picture, and his eyes widened. It was Wesley. They knew we'd come after Carl. And they wanted to get back at the one person who caught on to them to begin with, Wesley. "I can't believe this," Wesley yelled, causing me to flinch. The doctor was addressing his wound as I told him what we found back at the party. He laid in the hospital bed, looking up at the ceiling angrily with a clenched jaw. "You didn't see this coming. You were tracking them. Tanner got caught. They'd be after you soon enough." I explained, and he sighed. "Don't sound too excited." He mumbled. "Wesley, knock it off. I'm just as worried as you are," I said, and he closed his eyes for a moment. "Are you sure they're after me?" he asked with a pleading tone. I knew he didn't want this, and I felt horrible. But he needed to know the danger he was in. "Yes. I saw this picture." I handed it to him. "This ex-guy has people do his business for him. So he gave them someone to look for you. They don't know what you look like, but he does, therefore. The picture was there. They knew we would come for Carl, and when we did, they were waiting for you. They took out innocent people to distract us, and the minute you were in the open, they took their shot. Thankfully, they missed." Wesley stared down at the picture with a sad emotion and seemed in thought. "What's wrong? Who are those people?" I asked, realizing the longing look in his eyes. "My mom and sister," he murmured, looking the picture over. "They're dead. Rogue attack," he added, and my heart dropped. He never has told me that. He was so closed off about his family, and now I knew why. "I'm sorry," I managed to say, and he just gave me a small shrug. "Can I keep this? I haven't seen this in a long time." He asked, and I nodded. "Of course. Look. I'll leave you alone so you can rest. But if you need anything, you know I'm a call away." "I know. M." He managed to give me a small smile, and I gave his arm a comforting pat, leaving him and the doctor. I dropped by the station on my way home to check on Brian and Claire. Anything I asked walking in, and Claire shook her head. The guy's blood didn't match anyone in our system. How's Tanner doing, I asked, and Brian spoke up this time. He's still stable. But nothing new. Doctors are afraid he's going to be like that for a long time. They mentioned getting his family down here to do a DNR and want to take him off breathing tubes and everything. My heart dropped. Tanner doesn't have any family. He'd been in foster homes throughout his life until he was old enough to be on his own. I know. That's why they're going with his emergency contact. The only one he had you. I shook my head. No. I cannot put that in my hands. Brian and Claire gave me a pitied look. Someone has to. Brian stated, and I sighed, knowing he was right. Fine. Then we wait. I'm not giving up on him. Good. Any news on the whereabouts of Carl? Did you get anything new on Tanner's phone yet, I asked, changing the subject quickly as possible. Carl is still MIA and I have people on it. As for the phone, I'm actually decrypting a message right now and hopefully I can retrieve it. He glanced at Claire and I gave him a confused look. What? What aren't you telling me, I asked, placing my hands on my hips. His last message was sent to you. But you never got it because it never delivered. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to retrieve it. This could be good. Claire stated, noticing my mood drop even more. Goddess. I hope. After talking some things over with the two, I decided it was time for me to head home to Oliver. We haven't gotten any quality time together lately, and I know it was consuming him and me. Babe. I'm home, I called out as I walked in, sitting my keys on the table by the door and locked it behind me. In here, he called from the kitchen and I grinned, making my way to him. When I walked in, my heart clenched. Perfect timing. He grinned as I looked over the dinner table that was set up with candles in the middle and a lovely-looking dinner ready to be eaten. He smirked, bringing out flowers from behind his back, and I couldn't help but laugh. For you, he said in a funny accent, bowing slightly as he handed me them, causing me to giggle even more. What's all this for? I asked, walking closer to him, and he smiled, wrapping his arms around my waist, tugging me to his chest. I know you've had a long, tiring week, and I thought the least I could do is cook you dinner to get your mind off things. I smiled, leaning up, placing a soft kiss on his lips, and pulled back. Thank you. Oliver. You don't understand how much this means to me. Anything for my girl. His arms dropped from my waist, and he walked over, pulling out my chair for me, and I sat as he helped me scoot in. So, you must love pasta. I spoke, staring at the yummy Alfredo before me. I do. He mused with a wink. The first bite was amazing. So, tell me more about you. I feel I only know a small part. He said, and I shrugged, thinking about it. There isn't much to tell. I replied with a chuckle. My whole life has pretty much been work. Sure. Lately it's become more stressful, but that's part of having a stressful job. I just learned to work around it, I guess. Fine, then I'll ask. He grinned and mocked a thoughtful face. Only sibling. Yep. I took a bite of my bread he had also prepared. Let me guess. Stubborn child, I smirked. You hit the nail right on the head. Daddy or mommy's girl? Definitely a daddy's girl. I replied as small memories of me and my dad trailed back into my head. I missed them so much. Chocolate or vanilla? Definitely vanilla. He smirked at the response. I'll keep that in mind. He winked and I gasped at his comment. That is not what I was referring to. I mumbled, my face heating. I know. He grinned. Next question, sour gummy worms or bears, he asked, and I couldn't help but laugh. What kind of question is that? It's a good one, answer it. He demanded playfully. Fine. Worms. I knew there was a reason I was attracted to you. He shot back and I grinned, chucking my unused napkin at him, causing a laugh to escape him as he dodged it. His laugh was like music to my ears. It was nice to be carefree for a little bit, even if it was short-lived. You should smile more, he said, breaking the humor with a serious comment. I do smile. I countered and he shook his head. Not the one you put up so everyone thinks you're okay. The one where a blush comes to your cheeks and your eyes have a sparkle in them. I like it. My turn. I spoke, cutting through the tension and changing the subject. Favorite type of music? That's a tough one. A little bit of everything, I guess. Same. Favorite. Dessert. Honestly, I love almost any type of pie. He admitted. Hmm. Funniest thing you did as a kid. I was fishing as a kid with my dad, and I was only in boxers at the time, and I went to throw my line in, and it somehow got caught on the back of my boxers. I was quite literally hooked. My father couldn't even stop laughing to unhook me. I covered my mouth to hold down my bubbling laughter as he squinted his eyes at me. What about you, Miss Perfect? I scoffed at the nickname. I once ran a golf cart into the side of my granny's house. He almost choked on his water he had currently been taking a drink of. Are you serious? He asked through laughter. Yes. It was great. Not for my granny, of course. He chuckled some more and shook his head. His eyes meeting mine. You are something else. Miss Sire. The next morning I laid in Oliver's arms as we talked about anything and everything. I think we should just call in and take a day to ourselves. We can go out on the boat. How does that sound? He asked, and I sighed as I ran my hand over his perfectly sculpted chest. You know there's a serial killer on the loose, right? I asked, and he let out a snort. Yes. Yes, I do. He's become a pain in the modified content, too. He replied, and I nodded in agreement. I would love to go. Oliver. But I feel that if I leave I might miss something and I don't know. I just feel like I need to be on guard at all times. And you will. You're only a call away. You're the chief now. They work for you. You just have to be ready when they catch someone to interview. They're doing all they can. And until they come up with something, there isn't much you can do. He said, and I shook my head. I'm responsible for more than that. Oliver. He sighed, knowing I wasn't going to give in, and remained quiet. I sat up, straddling his hips, and looked down at him. I'm sorry I won't go. But please don't be mad, I said, and he let out a small laugh. I'm not mad, babe. You just want to do your job. I understand. No apology needed. I just wish we would get more time together. That's all. And when I find this guy, and I will, I'm all yours as much as you are mine, mind, body, and soul. I spoke with a small smirk, leaning down to press a soft kiss on his lips, but Oliver had other plans. He flipped me onto my back in an instant with a playful growl, hovering over me with his signature smirk. Mind, body, and soul. Now that sounds like a plan. He joked, and I grinned up at him, wrapping my arms around my neck. I want to be yours. Fully, I said, and I watched as his eyes darkened some. And I want nothing more than that. Baby girl. Oliver already meant a lot to me in a short amount of time. He leaned down, placing his lips right above my collarbone, where a male marks his mate, and I fought down a smile. I can't wait for my scent to be on you. Warning away all those pesky males who look at you with want. No one looks at me like that. I shot back, raising a brow, and he rolled his eyes. You're clearly blind. Half the men in your department are infatuated with you. I see their eyes when they watch you. It takes a lot to not show them you're all mine when I'm around them. But I have to take into consideration that you might not want me going all dominant male on your colleagues. He mused. Yeah. I don't think I'd want that. He let out a small laugh and pecked my lips once more. It's time for work. He mumbled against them as he stole another kiss. Sadly. I spoke once he pulled back. Okay. I need you to mail this to Alpha Jackson. Tell him I want a meeting with the Alphas and Lunas to talk about this case. It explains why in the letter, I said, handing a letter to one of my men on the case, and he nodded, taking it, and walked off. I straightened the blazer I wore and walked over to where Claire sat, typing away on her computer. What's up? Hot stuff, I asked, propping myself up on the edge of her desk. Just typing up some reports, she said with a dramatic sigh and slumped down in her chair. I miss my office, she mumbled, looking around the old desk she sat at, and I smiled, nodding. Me too. I'm sure the station would love to have their police station back without suits walking around all the time, I said, and she let out a laugh at the term I used. Her humor slowly left, and she leaned forward, grabbing a folder, and dropped it before me. You should see this. Confused, I picked it up and opened it, looking at what it contained inside. My heart dropped. Carl is dead, she answered, and I gritted my teeth and angrily threw the papers on her desk, standing up. Why wasn't I informed of this? He was the last hope we had. It just happened last night, and I didn't want to ruin your night with Oliver. He may have mentioned it to me, and he seemed too happy and honestly excited about it. I didn't want to burden you anymore that night with new information, she said, and I closed my eyes, feeling a major headache coming on. How's Tanner? Any changes? I asked numbly. He's still in the hospital with no signs of change. The doctors are really pushing you to sign the DNR and let them pull him off to see if he can do all the necessities on his own. Claire. I said I'm not signing it. I know he wouldn't want us to give up on him yet. I know this sounds selfish, but I'm not ready to let him go. I already lost so many people on this case. I don't want that bastard of a killer to have any more wins under his belt. I think Tanner can pull through. I know he can. Claire didn't stress the matter. She simply nodded and went back to typing on her computer. Though, I had always believed in the goddess and miracles. I've seen people be pulled off life support and they start breathing on their own and it be stated as a miracle. Emily, a voice yelled, and I turned, seeing Brian rushing in with a paper in his hands. He stopped before me, panting heavily as he stuffed it into my hands. Finally got pant, the text he sent. Brian rushed out in between pants, and I looked down at the piece of paper eagerly. Everything isn't as it's saf. The message stopped there at saf. Then it hit me. Everything isn't as it seems. I sat in my chair nervously next to Alpha Jackson. They should be here shortly. He spoke, looking at his watch. Today was the day I presented everything to the Alphas and Lunas. They needed to know the danger their packs are in. Are you nervous? He asked, and I nodded. Don't be. You're good at what you do. Just speak to them like you would speak to your colleagues. All right, I nodded, letting out a breath. And just as I did, the door to the room opened and power swarmed in. Alpha Mason and Luna Octavia walked in with their heads high. They took their seats as I stood and cleared my throat. Hi. It's nice to meet you. I'm Emily. Chief of the FBSI. I gave a head bow of respect, and simultaneously they both nodded back, acknowledging the gesture. I've heard a lot about you. Luna Octavia spoke up with a firm but kind voice. I smiled. Good things, I hope. Of course. Is Riker coming? Alpha Mason asked, speaking up. Yes. He and Madeline both are. Jackson replied, and Mason let out a small annoyed sigh, to which Octavia slightly nudged him. Be nice. She slightly scolded him, causing me to bite my lip to hold back a laugh. Where's Aurora? Mason asked, and Octavia clapped her hands together. Yes, I want to see the little one, she spoke excitedly, causing Jackson to chuckle. She was actually putting the little one down for bed. Jackson said. Octavia held a pout after hearing that. The door opened again, and in walked Alpha Riker and Luna Madeline, with Luna Aurora following closely behind. I felt sick at my stomach. Mason. Riker mused, and Mason rolled his eyes, ignoring him. Alpha. Lunas. I bowed my head again, and they acknowledged it like Mason and Octavia did. I waited for everyone to get situated, and Aurora was the last to sit down, taking her spot next to Jackson. So, Emily, how about you explain to them what's been happening? Jackson stated, and I nodded, doing so. I explained the missing people. Then the killings that had been happening. They all seemed shocked, knowing how bad it had gotten. I informed them on the killer and what we knew so far about him. I explained Wesley being the next target as well. X was a pain in the modified content, and the Alphas and Lunas started to pick up on that. So you've got no trail? Mason asked, and I shook my head. My friend? Tanner. Had one with another friend. Wesley. Who both are agents. They were following up on one when Tanner was attacked. He's unconscious, and honestly I feel he's the last hope we have. That's if he even wakes up, I said as I was reminded of Tanner's text message once again. It gave me chills. How so? Mason asked. He sent me a message before he was attacked. Everything isn't as it seems. He knows something big. I mumbled. So what do you plan to do? Riker asked curiously. First, I want to show you the victims and see if you remember any of them from your packs and if they ring a bell or something. It's all that I can think of. We don't know why they're picking these people off, but there is something behind it, and I'm hoping you're the key to it. I replied. I opened my briefcase, taking out the pictures, and one by one passed them out of the table. The names are familiar, but nothing sticks out to me in particular. Mason mumbled, glancing them over. I looked at Octavia, who looked to be in thought. Confused even. These are staged suicides. Right, Madeline asked, picking one up. Yes. I confirmed. So, they are killing people and staging them. Obviously, it's for someone this killer held close to him. If he is using people to kill for him, like you said, then I say he's scared to be near any of it. It means he holds too much emotional connection to it. He knows to distance himself from the work. It will give him less flaws in his plan. He's a wolf in sheep's skin. I bet. Aurora concluded. And it gives more stability in confusing you all, she added, tossing a paper she held on the table. I looked back at Octavia, who was holding a paper up with teary eyes. Babe, Mason asked, noticing my wary stare towards her. Slowly, she turned the picture towards him. Liza, she mumbled, and his eyes widened. You know her, I asked. She was my best friend. I was told she was killed in a car crash by the hunters. She spoke, looking up at me confused. She was run off the road after evaluation. The police on the scene thought it was the hunters, but when we arrived out of curiosity, she was staged with a noose around her neck. I told her softly, and she covered her face, trying to control her emotions. I felt horrible for her. These people, I knew all of them. She croaked out, and my eyes widened. What Mason leaned forward intently. She brought her hands away, looking them over. You said that a friend of yours was a new target. What's his name? Maybe I know him too. She spoke, and I quickly nodded. His name is Wesley Allen. I picked up my phone, pulling up a picture of us together, and handed it to her. She looked it over with wide eyes and looked at the pictures of people again and back to the picture. I know him too. I now know why this killer picked off these people. She spoke with wide eyes, and my heart sped up. Why, I asked as she handed me my phone. Revenge. She spoke, and I think I know the killer. That man that calls himself Wesley. That isn't Wesley, she said, and my heart dropped. I know him because he was supposed to be a rogue after he laid his hands on our queen. His name is Derek Merrington. And all these people were there at the party I was at with the queen, the night he was banished by the Alphas for harming her. She spoke. As I slowly put everything together, my whole world came crashing down. Everything isn't as it seems. Wesley is X. How did he even get loose? Isn't he in your prison? Jackson asked, looking to Mason, who sighed. He did his time. Christian had banished him as a rogue, so after he did his time, I let him go as one. I didn't think he'd come back for vengeance, Mason stated, and Riker rolled his eyes. This guy just keeps being a pain in the modified content. He muttered, Emily, I see that look on your face. None of this is your fault. Jackson spoke up. It's ours. Octavia spoke up and covered her face with her hands. Goddess. This is all my fault, she mumbled. I should have never took Scarlet to that party, and none of this would have happened. She spoke with a shaky voice. Mason rested his hand on her back. You don't know that. Yes, I do. Mason, those kids are dead because of me. Because I was a reckless teen who didn't think about the consequences, she nearly yelled. You couldn't have predicted the boy would become a serial killer. Octavia, if it's anyone's fault, it's us Alphas. Maybe we took it too far. Mason countered, and Riker nodded in agreement. He got what he deserved for laying his hands on our queen. And he'll get what he deserves when we go and get him and he pays for the lives he's taken, Jackson stated with a stern voice. What shall we plan to do then? What if he isn't already on to us? He knows we know what he looks like. What if he knows that one of us would have pointed him out? He'll run, or worse, he'll take another life and take his killings to the next step. Riker pointed out, Emily will need to contact him. Give him a false story to make him think no one is on to him. Emily will ask him to meet and corner him. Then she'll have some of her agents surround wherever they meet. Jackson stated, standing, and I sighed, feeling my heart pick up. My eyes glanced at the empty seat where Oliver was supposed to be. I felt my breathing pick up and the world around me start to shift. I closed my eyes briefly, trying to calm down, feeling another panic attack coming on. Emily, look at me, Jackson said, resting his hands on my shoulders, and my eyes snapped open at the command. You need to calm down. This plan can't fall through. You're our only hope at catching this guy, he stated, and I nodded. In and out, he coached, and I took deep breaths. Good. He mumbled slowly, moving his hands up and down the sides of my shoulders in a comforting way. I heard the door to the office open. I'm so sorry I'm late. My meeting went over more than I would have liked it to. Oliver's voice drifted through the room and I was quick to turn and rush into his arms. "What's wrong?" his concerned voice asked. "It's Wesley. The killer is Wesley," I stated and felt Oliver tense at the information tightening his hold on me. "His real name is Derek Merrington, the man who was banished for laying his hands on the Queen a while back." Oliver let out a string of curses. I knew he looked familiar. He was on the news when he was sentenced to prison. Damn him. I should have known. My brows furrowed until it hit me. "Have I seen you before?" Oliver asked Wes, who shrugged. "Maybe. I've worked a lot of cases. I actually used to live around here before I joined the FBSI. Wesley replied and Oliver nodded. "Maybe so. But it's nice to meet you. Wesley." Oliver turned to me, forgetting about Wesley, and smiled. "I'm so stupid." I mumbled. "No, you're not." He fooled all of us. Those are the best killers. The ones that are a wolf in sheep's skin. You'd never imagine it to be them. Octavia told me in a gentle voice. "It just doesn't make sense, though." I spoke, sighing. He acted so distraught when Tanner disappeared. He was attacked. Shot even. He was fooling you. Jackson stated. He wanted you to cross any possibility of being on your list off. He tried to tie up every end. The picture I found, thinking he was the next target. It was him and his family. I stated, and Aurora leaned forward intently. Maybe he used that to push him over the edge. Is someone in his family dead? If he had a picture that was a constant reminder, that would make him angry enough to push him over the edge to commit a crime, she suggested. I agree. Jackson added. We need to call him now. We need to get this done as soon as possible. We could be wasting time. Madeline finally spoke up. Okay. I mumbled and shakily brought out my phone. You got this. Babe. Oliver mumbled next to my ear as I punched in Wesley's number. I put it on speaker, and on the third ring he picked up. What's up? M, he asked, and my heart dropped, causing me to cover my mouth from letting out a sob. I had thought of him like a brother to me. Hey. Wes. I just wanted to let you know what happened with the Alphas and Luna, I said, trying not to let my voice waver, and I glanced at Jackson, who gave me a nod. Oh yeah, what happened? He asked curiously. The Alphas and Lunas didn't see any correlations with the victims. Could you ask Brian to run another scam on them and see if you can get anything else? I'm stressing more than I'd like to. Yeah. Sure. So they didn't say anything else? Not really. They agreed to tighten up their borders, and they asked me a few questions about what I'm going to do next. But honestly, I don't know that answer myself. Well, we're in this together. Don't stress too hard. I'm going to go see Tanner tonight. Want to come with? Yeah. I need to talk to the doctors about the DNR anyways. Let's meet there around 6. All right. Well, I'll go tell Brian, I guess. Anything else you need? Nope. I'll see you later. We said our goodbyes, and I hung up the call, closing my eyes. Okay. Let's get prepared. Guys. Mason called out, clasping his hands together. The time had came, and I rushed to Tanner's room as quickly as I could. Wesley wasn't in the waiting room, and I was now panicking. I was breathless as I made my way to his hospital room. The room number soon came into view, and I noticed no guards were positioned at the door, and my heart dropped. I ripped the door open, and the sight before me broke my heart once more. I shakily closed the door behind me and took in a deep breath. Tears blurred my vision, and I had to fight them down. I know you know. Wesley croaked out as he sat next to an unconscious Tanner with a gun in his hand. I noticed it had a silencer on it. He was planning on killing Tanner before he could speak up. Wesley had bags under his eyes and looked like he hadn't slept in days. Why are you doing this? Why did you hurt all of those innocent people? I asked, and he flinched from my harsh tone. Before I tell you this, you should know I had this planned before we met. I never wanted you in the middle of all this. He croaked out, and my heart clenched. I'm sure you know my name is Derek. I knew you'd find out when I heard you went to see the Alphas and Lunas. I'm not stupid. I know they sent you here for me. Yes. I went to prison because I broke one of the wolves' most important. Laws do not harm your king or queen. He let out a humorless laugh. I didn't even know the modified content was the queen when I pushed her. I freaking pushed her. It's not like I placed a gun to her head as much as I'd like to now. He growled out and sat forward, causing me to take a step back. He noted it. I don't want you to fear me. He sighed, shaking his head. Anyways, while I was in prison, my parents were in a car crash and both were killed. After I served my sentence, I was sent to be a rogue. But before I left, I had requested to see my sister one last time. I wanted to assure her that I'd come back to her. We were the only thing each other had left anyways. I was told she hanged herself, he said, and realization set in. He did this for his sister. She was alone and she killed herself. She had no father, mother, or brother. She wasn't liked much in school, and though she caused some of that herself, she still needed someone. That someone was me. If I hadn't been locked up in that damn prison, she would still be alive, he yelled, and my heart picked up its speed. Everyone at that damn party let me get taken away and didn't give two modified content. People I called my friends just let me go. Then I couldn't even attend my own parents' funeral nor my sister's. How messed up is that? So I wanted revenge. Sure. It's cliché. But I was getting it, and I was so close, he said, and looked down at the gun, twirling it in his hands. It was surprisingly easy to blackmail some techie at the FBSI into deleting Derek Merrington from all bases, and thus my new identity, Wesley, was born. I took him out when he threatened to tell, and I took over his position. Until you came along, he said, and looked up at me with tear-filled eyes. You encouraged me to be a tracker, helped guide me along the way, and I got so engrossed with you that my plan slowly floated away. I thought maybe, just maybe, I could start new and fresh. But no. You got engaged, and our closeness died. You only saw me as your little brother, it felt like. So thus I recruited people, and we started the plan. I would take every life that was at that party, and I would put them through the pain I went through. What my sister went through. And I would get my revenge. That whole night was a nightmare for me, and everyone else walked out perfectly fine. It wasn't fair, he countered. I never meant to get you in the middle. Emily, I tried to warn you and get you off my modified content, but you just wouldn't budge. I love you, don't you see that I even took out the chief so you could be chief? Though, he did get new information that could potentially find me. That was just a bonus on knocking him off. And Tanner I managed to get out. Oh yes. Tanner. He came with me, and he slowly put the pieces together when I kept leading him in the wrong direction. I knew he lied when he said he lost his phone. So I followed him and saw him texting when he stopped. I knocked him out. Gave him to my men and was going to use him as a message to you. I knew you loved him, and I care for him as well. So I didn't kill him. I just roughed him up a bit. There's no telling if he'll wake from the coma. I obviously put him in one on purpose. I may not have killed him, but that didn't mean I was going to let him talk if there actually was a chance of him waking up. He laughed. Claire, he shrugged. My men thought she was cute, and I was going to send another message. But you got in the way that night. My men knew not to lay a damn hand on you. I'd skinned them alive, and they knew it. And the picture. Ah, yes. If you would have thought that night before giving it back to me, you would have caught me sooner. You didn't even bother to get fingerprints. How stupid was that mistake? I was up there in the room and fired some shots. It was just to stir up some trouble. But I made one of my men shoot me to throw you off my trail. Now, my mistake was that I left the picture behind before leaving the room. But modified content that didn't seem to be a problem since you gave it right back. He laughed. Emily, this doesn't have to be the end. I love you, and I know deep down you love me. We can run away together. I will take care of Oliver, where you won't get sick or hurt when he's gone, and we can finally be together. Tanner is the last thing we need to take out, and we'll be free. Can't you see I love you? Okay. I lied. And his eyes widened with hope. Really, you'll leave with me? He asked, and I nodded, smiling, letting out a small fake laugh. I always thought you loved me like a sister. I spoke and smiled shakily, taking a step closer to him, and he stood from his chair, walking the rest of the way. No. He trailed out, raising a hand, and slowly placed it on my cheek. I love you. I spoke. I wasn't a lie. I did love Wesley. But now it's loved. Past tense. He's destroyed whatever I used to think of him. I love you too, he said softly, and I felt even more disgusted when he placed a small kiss on my lips. He pulled back before placing the gun in my hands and turned my shoulders to where I faced Tanner. His hands went on mine as he positioned the gun correctly, and helped me raise it a bit more and placed my finger on the trigger. "You got it. Babe," he said before releasing me and stepped back a bit, and I took in a deep breath as a tear dripped down my cheek. "I'm sorry." I spoke, and without thinking twice, I swung the gun around, hitting Wesley on the side of the head with the butt of the gun in the right spot, and he dropped to his knees unconscious before flopping onto the ground. I dropped the gun on the floor, bringing the handcuffs out of my boot I had stashed in there, and placed his hands behind his back. "You have the right to remain silent." I began numbly as I recited the familiar words as I handcuffed him. I stood up, looking at his unconscious figure before letting out a breath. "I got you. Derek. You lost." I spat. When my agents put an unconscious Wesley in the back of a cop car, relief finally washed over me. It's finally over. "Emily," I turned, seeing the Alphas and Lunas hurrying to me, including Oliver. "Why didn't you wait for us? You took him on alone." "Are you crazy?" Oliver asked, exasperated by the thought of his mate being put in danger. "I'm fine. He didn't wait in the lobby like he was supposed to. I got worried, and luckily I got to Tanner's room in time. He had a gun. He was going to kill Tanner so he wouldn't have a witness," I explained. Octavia sighed, looking like she felt this was all her fault. "I'm sorry, babe," Oliver said, pulling me into a hug, and I buried my face into his chest, holding back my tears. I had to be strong. "Emily, why don't you go home with Oliver and take a night to relax? I'll ride back and make sure the right measures are taken with Derek," Jackson said. I nodded, just really wanting to be in my mate's arms. "Come on," Oliver said next to my ear, pulling me towards his car. I laid in bed with Oliver as he had me wrapped up in his arms. I couldn't help it. The minute we were back home, the tears came. Oliver was quick to scoop me up and comfort me. After a hot shower, we laid down and I felt more calm. "I just feel like this is my fault," I stated, shaking my head. "He was right in front of me all along. And that's the best killers there are. They play everyone and no one even thinks to suspect them. It's how they get away with so much for so long. But eventually every killer's rampage came to an end. You might not feel like it, but you've saved more people's lives. If even you lost some to get here," Oliver replied, placing a kiss on the top of my head. "Maybe, not a maybe. It's the truth. Believe it. I know you're hurting because you were close with Wesley. Or Derek. But you can't continue to beat yourself up over this. You saved Tanner's life. You saved the other people at that party he had yet to come for. You potentially even saved the Lunas. They were at that party too. We respect you for that. Without you, no one would have solved this. Without Octavia, no one would have solved it." I corrected, and he rolled his eyes. "But you had a hunch to meet with the Alphas and Lunas, and look where that got you. Stop treating yourself like that. Take some pride in what you did. It might seem wrong too, but you need to. Seeing you finally put away that killer after all your hard work. I take pride in you. I respect you even more if that's possible." I couldn't help but let a small smile crawl its way onto my face. "Thanks." I yawned shortly after, and Oliver chuckled. "It's been a long day. Let's get some rest, and tomorrow we'll see what the future holds." I nodded, closing my eyes, finally being able to have a peaceful sleep in a long time. The next day I woke up early to go and see Tanner before I headed to the station. I told Oliver I wanted to go alone and just sit with him. I had to decide what I needed to do. Did I sign the DNR and let them take him off the support he currently had and see if he could do it on his own? Did I leave him how he was? Was I being selfish? I just wanted Tanner to get the peace he deserved. And if letting him go to the other, better side is going to do that, then so be it. But as I sat on a chair next to Tanner's bed holding the do not resuscitate papers, I couldn't bring myself to do it. "Emily, it's time," the doctor said with a sad tone. "I know. But I love Tanner." I took a deep breath, bringing a shaky hand that held the pen to the paper before signing my name. I held back the tears as I handed the papers over, and the doctors and nurses started turning everything off. "Goddess, please let him wake," I spoke, sending the prayer high up. I waited for the long beep to come from the machine. But nothing came. Small beeps started, and my eyes widened as I jumped up from my seat. I can't believe it. The doctor mumbled, looking over the machines. He did it, I said with a shaky voice. Then something amazing happened. His eyes slowly fluttered open, taking in his surroundings, and a happy sob escaped me. He tried to speak but couldn't, and I shook my head, telling him to rest and take his time. The nurse gave him some water, helping him sit up. I was so worried, was his first words, and he brought a shaky hand up, laying it on the side of my cheek. For you. He got out, and another sob left me as I leaned forward, hugging him, and he was quick to wrap his arms around me, not caring how he felt. I got him. Tanner. I got him. I spoke, and he responded with a squeeze, as if saying, "Good. We're safe." I mumbled, "Don't ever scare me like that again." I spoke, leaning back, and let out a small laugh. We're family. I'm not going anywhere. He spoke in between breaths. I knew it would be a while before he was back at his best. But he's up and awake, and that's all that matters to me. I placed my hand on my heart, and he knew what I meant, nodding back. So, tell me what I missed. So I explained everything went down as he listened intently. I explained the day he went missing and how Derek played us all. I explained the chief, causing Tanner to drop his head to hide his emotions from me. I knew he had tears in his eyes. I explained the party. And the shooting. Just everything. I knew something. Though, I didn't rightfully deserve the position as chief. So when Tanner was better, I was going to give it to him. He had always wanted that position and was always Chief's right-hand man, much like myself. He deserved it more than I did. After explanations, I took a spot beside Tanner, and we just laid there in each other's embrace, thanking the goddess for the miracle she gave us, thanking her for not letting me lose another brother. "What's the update?" I asked, walking into the room outside of interrogation. I looked through the window, seeing him shackled up on the other side with agents standing behind him and Brian sitting in front asking him some questions. "Nothing. He won't come forward," Alpha Jackson stated as he observed Derek. "What do you mean?" "We have clear evidence he is the killer," I stated, and he shook his head. "He had people kill for him. He just organized it to happen, then set the body up afterwards. We have nothing directly linking him to the scenes other than his statement given to you. Even then, it's your word against his, and he is denying everything you said he told you. In court, your testimony will hold up. But not right now. What about Tanner? Tanner can testify and put him there at the scene of the crime where he was abducted. That's 2 witnesses. Until Tanner is well enough to explain the whole story, we have nothing, and time is ticking here. He knows how to play the law. Hell, he is the law. He's worked with you all too long and knows the ins and outs. I can get Tanner down here. Emily, he can't even speak a full sentence clearly yet. How is he going to explain all this? We'll get him here. Just not yet. It still goes back to Tanner's words against his. Right now we have him here on attempted murder, forging a new identity, and crossing into wolf territory he isn't allowed into. You caught him at the scene, which the gun links and proves that he was truly going to try and kill him. Plus his fingerprints are all over it. That we can keep him here on. We need to keep him here as long as we can until we can get him to come forward on the crimes he organized and who helped him do it. You have to think, we don't just have one killer here. This is a whole Charles Manson epidemic. He has followers, and by the looks of it, lots. The comparison shook me to my core. Jackson was completely right. He leaned forward, unmuting the audio from the interrogation room. So your sister committed suicide. Then all these victims were staged as suicides. Pretty coincidental how the two correlate, Brian stated, and Derek smiled back. Brian, for the last time, I didn't kill anybody. Explain the gun and you showing up at Tanner's bedside yesterday then. Brian asked sharply. I'm an agent. I have the right to carry a gun. I passed my test. You idiot. Me and Emily got into a heated argument and she saw my gun and immediately went to accusing me. She just wants to pin this case on someone so she can says it's over and that she can be the hero. My blood boiled. He's lying. I took a step forward to march into the interrogation room when Jackson's arms wrapped around me from behind, immediately restricting me. Stop. He's trying to get under our skin and you're letting him. Jackson spoke sharply and I took in deep breaths. I'm good. I spoke, still angered, and it showed in my tone. You sure? 'Cause if you go to march in there again, I'll handcuff you to that table. Do you understand me? Yes. Alpha. I spoke, having to bite my tongue to stop from snapping at him. Good. He finally let me go and moved back to where he could watch the two men talk. So you telling me that you just always keep a silencer on your gun, Brian mused. Yes. If I ever had to fire, I didn't want to stir up attention in the pack. Everything needed to stay on the down low. What a bullshit excuse. I growled out. Jackson urged. Stop thinking about wanting to beat him and think about how we can get him to come forward. Emily. Think. I sighed. Thinking of possible things, but I knew nothing. There isn't anything. He has no family. Now he had no friends. And he is such a heartless bastard as it seems he definitely won't feel guilty. I replied. Jackson rubbed a hand across the stubble starting to grow on his face. He never killed them, he stated, furrowing his brows, which means he can't take the thought of him taking a life. He didn't want the blood on his hands. If you were someone who wanted nothing on your hands if you got caught, what would you do? I wouldn't do anything that could link me to the killings, I stated, and Jackson nodded. But he got sloppy. What made him sloppy? He knew he slipped up. The picture I found. He said he wasn't meant to leave it. He made himself look like the target, and when he noticed I was taking it to the Alphas and Lunas, he knew he made a mistake. Then again, he messed up with Tanner. He gave him back alive, maybe not conscious but still alive. I stated, and Jackson nodded, looking in thought. Why give him back alive? Why not just kill him? That's one less body he'd have to worry about, even if there was a low chance at him waking up. Why not take the risk out by taking him out? My heart stopped when it all made sense, and I knew how to get him to come forward. He is in love with me. He said it himself. He told me he gave Tanner back alive because I loved Tanner like my own brother. He stated that we all did. Jackson's eyes widened at the information. Why didn't you say this before? I didn't think him being in love with me was important. But I know it was a stupid mistake. Well, it's a good thing you told me. He sighed, looking back at him. Because you could get him to come forward. I shook my head. No. Well, I can't verbally. But you can use me to get to him. Think about it. He is this man behind the killings, and he wanted those killings to be known. He wanted people to see the pain behind them, what he felt, but he never killed them. It was too personal, and he didn't want the guilt on his hands. Sure, he probably can't be guilted into confessing. But if someone is blamed for his crimes... I stated, giving Jackson a knowing look, and a look of realization set in. As in you. We psych him out. If we say that he's free to go and that you're being charged with the crimes, and let's say something was found in your room that links you to one of the crimes, it would be the perfect thing to get him to confess. We'll leave out that Tanner woke up, and we'll explain that you were just trying to pin it on him. It would all make sense in a logical way to him, and he might even think one of his men are trying to get him out. He'll have an outburst because he's in love with you and he can't take the fact of you being harmed. It might just work, and he'll confess so I won't go down in flames. But he will instead. We film it. Get it on tape. And voila. We have our case solved. Then we can talk about getting the other people he worked with. The only problem is, he's pissed you gave him up. Jackson noted. I still think he won't let me take the fall. He said it himself, he didn't want me getting caught up in this. It's our best shot. Good. Now cry, Jackson said, and my brows furrowed. What? He grabbed my handcuffs from my belt and turned me around, pulling my hands behind my back. We gotta make it look real, he said. He called Brian out of the interrogation room and called everyone over. He explained what was about to happen, and everyone was to play along. We'll go in. Say he's free to go. He'll be confused, but as they're unlocking his cuffs, we'll walk Emily in. She'll seem to be crying and handcuffed. When he asks what's going on, we'll explain that Emily is now the prime suspect. Let's do this. I took a deep breath and made myself think of all the victims. Tanner. The betrayal. Just everything that could make the waterworks happen. And it did. By the time they opened the door, tears were streaming down my face. Mr. Merrington. You're free to go for right now. You'll still be brought in for a trial on what's to happen for you crossing onto wolf territory. But until then, you're free. You need to stay in town for your trial. One of the agents spoke, and I looked through the window as Derek looked completely confused. What? Did I stutter? Would you like to stay here? The agent spoke as people began to unlock the cuffs. No. It's just... What happened? We found the correct suspect. The agent spoke. His jaw had a certain tick that happened after the words registered within him. He was pissed, to say the least. 2 agents grabbed me by the arms. And it was showtime. As I walked into the room, my eyes met Derek's, and they widened slightly. Emily, the new suspect, found the murder weapon in her room that links her to one of the crimes. We've came to conclusion she was just trying to pin the blame on you so she could get away with it, and we're deeply sorry about that. I closed my eyes, making a few more drops trail down. What's going to happen to her? He asked, as they sat me down on the chair he previously had been. Honestly, after she's officially convicted and her trial is over, she'll probably get the death penalty by Alpha Mason. She'll go where all killers go. To the hellhounds. No. She is innocent. She didn't do anything. Are y'all stupid? Do you know the work she put in on this case? He yelled. I'm sorry, Sire, but it's already been decided. Please leave. She is to be questioned before being put in her cell. I can't wait for that modified content to be ripped apart. The other agent in the room mused, shaking his head as he looked at me, playing the part very well. They started to push Derek from the room when his eyes met mine, and I gave him a pleading look. It was me. She's innocent. I had those people killed. I was behind it. Not her. Let her go. We'll have his trial in a few weeks. In the meantime, take a break with your mate. Jackson spoke, giving me a pat on the shoulder. He's been patient long enough. He winked as his car pulled up. I'll be leaving tomorrow afternoon. If you need anything before then, let me know. I nodded, watching him walk to the sleek black car before his driver opened the back door for him and he disappeared into it. It all finally seemed like it was over. Derek went down thinking he saved me. So maybe that would give him a little peace of mind. I felt sorry for him. He lost everything and got nothing in return. It sucks he went down the path he did. He could have just stuck with the identity of Wesley. Why did he have to go and have that rage of revenge? Today I said goodbye to another person. I considered family, and that hurt a little more each minute that passed without him. I sighed, walking down to the hotel room I first stayed in. The guards were now gone. The place wasn't crawling with reporters, and everything seemed calm. I took my room key out, putting it in, and unlocked the door, walking in. I sighed, looking over the walls that were covered in pictures and suggestions. The board I started everything on couldn't hold as much evidence as we gathered. Slowly, I started to pull them all down, and an hour later the walls were bare and I had folders filled with papers. My job was done and I could finally breathe. I caught the man behind the scheme, and now it was other agents' jobs to catch the people that helped him. For the first time in a long time, a smile made its way on my face as I left the files where the were knowing some other agents will come get them later. I had a mate to get to. I walked into Oliver's house, dropping my purse and keys on the table by the door with a smile. Honey, I'm home, I called out with a silly grin on my face. Kitchen. Sweetie, he mocked back, and I chuckled, walking to the place I always seemed to catch him at. When I walked in, he was stirring something on the stove, and I walked behind him, wrapping my arms around his waist, laying my head against his back. Hey, baby girl. He spoke, turning in my arms, and I stared up at him with a smile on my face. I missed that, he said, poking one of my dimples, and I felt my cheeks heat up. It's good to see you smiling again. It feels good to be smiling again. I confessed, and he nodded, placing a kiss on the top of my head, pulling me closer if possible. I think a congratulations is in order. It may have been a rough ending, but you still finished strong. Thank you. Oliver. That means a lot. He gave me a soft kiss before pulling back and motioned to the stove. I hope you're ready for some chili, he said, and I let out a snort. I'm always ready for some chili. You know, you're going to have to let me cook for you now that I'll have more time on my hands. I stated, and he raised a brow. Is that so? It is indeed. I confirmed, giving him a sharp nod, causing him to laugh. All right. I think I can let you have a go at it. You say that like you don't trust my amazing cooking skills. I shot back, sounded offended. I may or may not have seen you burn eggs. Not sure if I want you to cook me a meal. I playfully smacked him on the chest and he belched out a laugh, shielding himself from my repeatedly smacks. It was one time I was rushing. I defended and he just grinned in response. We'll see about that, he joked, turning and grabbing 2 bowls from the cabinet next to us and handed me one. It's ready. Be prepared to be blown away. He winked. Was he always this cocky? I dished me out some before walking to the table and taking my seat. Oliver sat across from me and watched as I tried it. I hate you, I mumbled, taking another bite, and he chuckled once more. He was good at everything. We chatted and joked over dinner, and I was once again thankful that the case was over. Most night that I came in, I was stressed and tired, and we didn't have this playfulness. I thought Oliver felt that I'd break any moment during the case. Truth is, I did too. Now, things were getting back on the right track for us. And I had something in mind that would make us even more close. We did miss a lot of each other's time, after all. Oliver just didn't know yet. I had this night prepared the minute I got in my car to drive here. Do you know what tonight is? I asked, sipping the wine he had poured for me. No, the full moon. I spoke and he let out a string of curses. I didn't even think about it. I have nothing prepared. Let me go get an iced bath running, and I stopped him before he could get up and out of his chair. You don't have to, I stated, and he looked at me confused. Are you crazy? The moon will be at its peak any minute. Emily, don't be crazy. I'm not letting you sit in pain through the night. I won't have to, I added, and he froze. You're not serious? I want you to mark me, I stated, letting the words slip off my tongue without any regrets. Make our bond stronger and closer than ever. I want you to, I added, and saw his eyes shift from blue to a bright green and back to blue as his wolf fought for control. You don't know what you're asking of me. Obviously I do. Oliver. Do I need to repeat myself? I asked, slightly amused. Was I nervous? Hell yes. Was I going to back out? Hell no. Slowly. He stood and held his hand out for mine. No going back. He spoke with a deeper voice as his wolf crawled to the surface. No going back. I spoke nearly above a whisper. He softly pulled me with him as he walked towards the stairs that led us to the 2nd level, and soon enough, we were at his bedroom door. He pushed it open, letting me walk through before he did, and locked the door behind him. I took in a deep breath as I took a seat on the bed, not really knowing what to expect next. He walked over to me with a small smile on his face. I've wanted nothing more than to have my claim on you and to join ourselves as one since the day I met you, he stated, his eyes finally shining a bright emerald green. Likewise, I barely could breathe at his closeness. He walked in between my legs, resting his hands on the sides of my face gently. This will hurt at first, but only for a small second. I knew that much. Slowly. He laid me back and I scooted up some as he soon hovered over me. Positioned above me, my heart was beating faster and faster, that I felt it would explode any minute. His eyes locked on mine and he bent down, pressing his lips to mine. My eyes instantly closed as I brought my arms up, threading my fingers through his hair. His mouth left mine as he trailed kisses from my mouth to my jaw, then eventually my neck. He stopped when he reached the spot above my collarbone, the place where he would mark me. A satisfied sound left his chest as he placed a hungry kiss there, and I felt his canines extend, knowing what was coming next. His hands wrapped my wrist, raising them above my head as he laced our fingers together, a gesture of comfort, and gave them a small squeeze. Then, his teeth sunk into my shoulder, and I closed my eyes quickly at the pain holding back a sound. Though, the pain soon turned into pleasure. A small sound slipped, and his chest rumbled with satisfaction at the sound. His canines retracted, and his tongue flicked over the mark, healing it. He leaned back, looking at me then, his eyes dropped to his work. You're mine. Yours. I walked into the station and all eyes were on me. I knew why. Oliver had claimed me. Their chief, had become claimed by the Alpha. Back to work. I spoke with a small smirk, all eyes quickly diverting from me. I chuckled, shaking my head, and walked to the desk I'd been at these past months. I needed to grab some files I left in a drawer. Hello, Chica. I looked up, seeing Claire leaning up against the side of my desk with a smirk. Hello to you too, I mused, raising a brow. You looked happy, I stated, and she let out a small laugh, and I followed her gaze to Brian, who was talking to someone across the room. Brian asked me to be his girlfriend. It's official. I snorted. It's about time. I grabbed the files, looking over them. What do you mean? Asked Claire as she tried to look innocent. You two had hard eyes for one another long enough. True. We both laughed and she pointed to the files in my hand. What are those? Just a couple stuff I need to put up along with the other cases. Any follow-up on the people who helped Derek? Claire's features faltered a little bit at the reminded of the betrayal amongst us. He fessed up and gave each name. My eyes widened slightly. All what did they promise him to come clean so easily? That you wouldn't be harmed? She stated, and I sighed, running a hand through my hair. Even after all the bad things he did to me, he still managed to tug at my heart. He's requested to see you a lot. I can't see him in general, even if I wanted to. I can't until after his trial and sentencing. It was a rule within the FBSI, no communicating with the people you put away until sentenced. I guess the chief felt some people might have emotional connections or something. I guess he was somewhat right too. You're marked, she pointed out, changing the subject. I am, I replied like it was a casual conversation. That's interesting. Details, I chuckled and handed her the files. Not a chance. Do me a favor and be a doll and put those with the rest of the files. Yeah, she gave me a playful eye roll but smiled. Sure thing. I watched her head off and I sighed, looking around. Us agents would be leaving soon, which meant I needed to make some plans and fast. Where you going? You just got here, Brian asked as I passed by him. I smiled. I just stopped by real quick. I have to go catch an alpha before he leaves. Brian's brows furrowed. Alpha Jackson, why? You'll see. I shot him a wink before walking out and getting in my car. Driving to the hotel Jackson was currently at was a short drive. When I arrived, I headed to his room and knocked, waiting patiently. The door opened seconds later. Emily, what's up? I looked at the alpha, trying to scramble my words together. I'm honored you think I can take on the position of chief. I truly am. But I can't help but be reminded of the way I got it. I love my job. And being in this new position is great. But, I can't take it. I finished and Jackson looked fairly surprised. How come I want Tanner to take it? He has been wanting this position as long as I can remember, and he's worked harder than me even. If there is one person that can take the chief's job and run the place just as good as he did, it's Tanner. Plus, I have a mate here, and I feel that the Bureau will be seeing a lot less of me. I will be a Luna after all. Jackson smirked. I was waiting for you to come and tell me that. What, huh? He chuckled. I could see it in your eyes the day I swore you in. Emily, you wanted it. But your heart didn't. You've been with the Bureau through some hard and tough years, and you took down one of the worst killers I've seen in a long time. I think you deserve a break. You'll make a great Luna. It takes a lot for a person to admit what you just did and give their title to their best friend. I respect that. How about I tell Tanner? Get his side of this. And swear him in before I leave tonight. If he agrees, I'd appreciate that. I stated, and he smiled. All right. I'll see you later then. One more thing. I spoke quickly before he could shut the door. Yeah, Derek. When will his trail be exactly? Jackson looked away, thinking about it. After the prosecutors are ready. I guess then. I've made some calls to the other alphas, and Mason is thinking about his sentence as we speak. Do you think he'll get sent to the hounds? Jackson slowly shook his head. No. I think he'll get much worse. He stated, confusing me more. What's worse than the hellhounds shredding you apart? You'll see in due time. I have to pack. But I'll see you later. I nodded, stepping away as he shut the door as questions filtered my mind. Was torture worse? No. I saw what those things did to the leader of the hunters. Mason himself, no. I shook the thoughts from my head as I headed back to the car. I smiled proudly as a now less beaten. Tanner held his right hand up, stating the familiar words I did. He was smiling, and that made me happy. He was happy. Oliver had his arm wrapped around my waist and gave me a comforting squeeze. I smiled, laying my head, his chest, feeling content. You're remarkable, he whispered to me. Maybe. I had a long way to go. I would be entering a new world, a world of being a Luna. I didn't know everything about leading a pack. But I know what it's like leading a family like the FBSI, and if it's anything similar, I'm sure I could handle it. I finally saw a future for myself that didn't involve me sitting in front of a computer or running into buildings with my gun pointed and loaded. I saw myself being a mate, a wife, even a potential mother. It was a scary thought. But I was eager for each and every part of it. I was ready to have a real family again. I was ready to live again. "You," what I asked, grinning across the table from Oliver. "I want you to become Luna," he stated, and I let out a small laugh. That was random. We were having a normal breakfast before he just blurted the words out. I couldn't help it. I've had you at my side wanting to say that for weeks. When I woke up next to you this morning, I just had to ask you. Each morning, seeing you lie next to me, it makes everything seem so much more real. You're mine and I'm yours, and I want you to be my Luna. Be my Luna. Emily. He stressed, and I leaned over, placing my hand on his. Calm down. Babe. I chuckled out. I'm not going anywhere. I was planning to. Wait. You were? Is that a problem? I mused. No, it's just... What about the FBSI? I thought you would fight me on this. He explained. Nope. Alpha Jackson himself said I deserved a break and I plan to take one. They have a new and great leader among them. If they truly need me, I'll always be here. But hopefully no new serial killer pops up anytime soon. I yoked. I couldn't agree more to both things. You do deserve a break. I also couldn't agree more. When would you want to be accepted? He asked. I don't know. Soon, maybe I need to start sooner or later. Better to take the bull by the horns. I stated, and he smirked. Goddess. You're amazing. Do you know that I think you've mentioned it a couple times? I mused, bringing my glass of OJ to my lips. And I will continue to do it. He spoke, standing up with his plate, and walked over, placing a kiss on the top of my head. I have to head to the office. But I'll see you later, all right? I hummed in response, finishing up my food as he placed his plate in the sink. One more thing. My parents are in town, he said, and my eyes widened slightly, and they may or may not have invited us to dinner tonight. Why are you telling me this last minute? I don't even know what I'll wear. I stressed quickly, standing, and Oliver rolled his eyes. You'll look good in anything. Stop fretting. Bye. Babe. He winked before scurrying off, and I growled. That man. You called? I asked, walking into Tanner's new office. The FBSI was a good drive away from Oliver's pack. But Tanner said he had something for me and I had some time to kill before I needed to get ready for dinner tonight. He looked good in the huge, authoritative office. I was going to bring this to you. But some things came up I needed to take care of. There was a box sitting on this desk when I came in with my stuff, and I think you should have this. He grabbed something from inside a box on another table and walked over to me. As he placed it in my hands, tears filled my eyes. It was a picture of me and Chief laughing. I knew that day. It was a perfect day. We had just cracked a case and put away the bad guy. We were laughing as some horrible joke he tried. He had it on his desk. It was too good to rid. Tanner explained, and I brought a shaky hand, wiping a tear. Thank you, I croaked out. Don't thank me. He mumbled, pulling me into a tight hug, and I squeezed, my eyes shut tightly. I was sick of crying. But these tears were happy tears. A reminder of good times. Times I'd never forget. Do you think he's happy? I asked after a minute of silence. Are you kidding me? He's probably up there playing detective with the goddess himself. I couldn't help but laugh at how true that was. We need to leave. M. Mornair. Oliver stated, walking into our bedroom, and I let out a frustrated noise. Quick, this dress or the red one I tried on, babe? You look fine. Chill. Do not tell me to chill. This is your parents. First impressions are everything. I slightly yelled, and Oliver just stared at me, amused, as I hopped on one foot, trying to put my other black heel on. I took in a deep breath. Okay. I'm ready. I think. Oh, goddess. This is his parents, his mother. What if she hates me? Stop stressing and let's go. He pecked my lips, taking my hand in his, and dragged me to the door before I could change my mind once more. The drive to their house they had here in the pack was short, and when we pulled up I was amazed. Their house was beautiful. Oliver opened the door for me like the gentleman he was and walked me to their front door, arm in arm. Mom. We're here, he called out, walking us through the front door. In the kitchen, a woman's delicate voice called out as we heard shuffling of pans and a delicious aroma hanging around. Before we could walk there, a man emerged from a hall and my palms started to sweat. "Son, how are you?" he asked, and Oliver left my side and pulled his dad into what I would call a bro hug. "I'm good. As you know, this is my mate, Emily." He directed his father's attention towards me and I nervously smiled. "Emily, nice to meet the woman my son rambles on about," his father stated, and I giggled, looking to a slightly red-faced Oliver. "Good things, I hope." "Only the best. Call me Owen." I shook his extended hand and relaxed a bit. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad. "Oh, she is just beautiful." A voice spoke as a very beautiful woman emerged from the kitchen. "Thank you. Mrs. Fitzgerald." "Oh. Call me Helen. Can I offer you a glass of wine?" Sure." I let out a laugh as she linked our arms together. "You two chat." "I'm going to catch up with Dad," Oliver said, and I smiled, nodding. "Let's go," his mother said excitedly, and it made me laugh more. I missed this. A mom, she loved to gossip. That was for sure. I laughed and laughed at the stories she told me about Oliver. Dinner went amazing, and honestly I already felt like family. They treated me like they had known me for years. No hesitance or bitterness. Just open arms. As I looked around the table, seeing Oliver laugh and smile and being so at ease with his parents, it made me happy. Even though some unfortunate events happened in my life recently, it seemed to be turning around for the best. Maybe the goddess blessed me after all. I wore an all-white dress. My hair was down. And I wore no shoes. I felt truly immaculate. That's for sure. "You nervous?" Oliver asked, and I looked next to me with a small smile. "A little." Oliver wore khakis and a plain white button-up shirt. He looked attractive. That was for sure. Today was the day I became Luna. A new step into our new lives of mates. If I would be a true mate to him, then this was the next move. The ritual differs between packs, usually. It has the same meaning and some of the same signatures. But the Immaculate Pack was a different one. You are being accepted as a pure Luna or Alpha when the ritual is done. Hence the pure white attire. Then, you do the full ritual under the light of the full moon in honor of the goddess for blessing you, giving her a front seat to the action. I could hear the murmuring of the pack outside of the church's ritual grounds. We were currently waiting in the church until the moon was almost at its highest peak. "Don't be nervous." "Babe, do you want me to walk you through everything again?" "No. I think I got it. It's just, this is new for the both of us, and I guess I'm anxious is all." He smiled, lacing his hand through mine and brought my hand to his lips, placing a soft kiss atop. He practically had drilled the whole ceremony into my brain the week before. First, we address the pack. Oliver gives a small introductory. Then it starts. We join our blood by making a small cut on our hand and letting it join together in a cup when the moon reaches its peak. It's rumored that when doing so, the goddess blesses the couple. Then after, everything is over. It was short and sweet. But I'm sure when I'm out there in front of hundreds of people, it'll be anything but. "It's time," Oliver's beta said, catching our attentions. "We're coming. Get everyone quieted down." He nodded at Oliver's command and headed back outside. We stood from our seats and he leaned forward, placing a soft kiss on my lips. "I'll be there with you through the whole thing. If at any moment you need a minute, tell me." "Okay. Babe, I got it." I mused, and he playfully rolled his eyes. "I'm just reminding you." "I know. Now go." I joked playfully, shoving him towards the door. We both soon emerged from the church and the murmuring went silent. I looked over the crowd and they stared back with a look of admiration, something I wasn't used to. "I thank you all for coming out tonight for a very special occasion for our pack." Oliver looked to me, giving me a smile, and continued. "I think you all know Emily Sire and the help she has gave our pack over the past couple of months. It was not hard after a week or so later from her arrival that people started to discover she was my mate. I wouldn't trade what has happened between Emily and me for anything. Emily has become my life lately, and I'm sure soon enough she'll become yours too, just like you will to her. So tonight I ask you to accept Emily as your Luna, as will I." I let out a shaky breath at his speech. This all just got 100 times more real. Oliver looked up, seeing the moon would be at its peak at any moment. It is time to begin. He grabbed 2 knives from the table before us and handed me one. Not only are we joining Emily as your Luna tonight, but we join together as an official and stronger pack, led by a strong-minded Luna and a strong-willed Alpha. Emily Sire. Do you accept the title as Luna to the Immaculate Pack and pledge to lead them to the best of your ability and plan to only help your pack in the best ways possible? I do. I spoke confidently, and pride seeped into Oliver's expression. We cut our palms to join our blood, a forever bond. We placed the knives at our palms, and at the same time we glided the blade along our skin. The cut burned, but I fought down the grimace and held my hand over the bowl, as did Oliver. The second our blood mixed, it was like power surged through me. It was nothing I'd never experienced. My head had pounded as new links were created. Welcome, Luna. Welcome. My Luna. Hundreds of welcomes danced through our link, and I laughed, covering my mouth at the warm feeling in my chest, listening to them all. Wolf whistles and howls were heard along with clapping, and Oliver grinned, picking me up and spinning me around. Your new Luna, he called out, and I laughed, wrapping my arms around his neck. He slowly placed me back on my feet, bringing me in for another kiss, and in that moment, I knew everything would be okay because I had him. And with him, I would never be alone again. I would be happy. You sure about this? Oliver mumbled as I struggled with the buttons of his shirt. More than sure, I replied, and a satisfied sound rumbled within his chest. All right, baby girl. I'm not holding back. He spoke, pushing my hands away, and pulled his shirt over his head easily. Didn't expect you to. Or were you? I teased, and his eyes shined a bright green at the hint of the threat in my tone. His hands trailed down to my lips, gripping the sides of my dress before starting to pull it up. When it was removed, I stood in undergarments, and his eyes looked over my body eagerly, and he pulled me to him, capturing my lips once more. Goddess. You're so damn beautiful. He mumbled against them, and I smiled, wrapping my arms around his neck as he picked me up and walked backwards towards his bed. As he placed me down softly, I knew nothing would be the same after this night. You're mine, he said, staring down at me like he wanted me to say the words even though he knew. Yours, and I'm yours, he added, hovering over me as he placed a kiss on my mark. One day, I'd mark him. Where are you taking me? I laughed out as Oliver covered my eyes, walking me goddess knows where. It's a surprise. He grinned, and I giggled like a schoolgirl. Is this the part where you kill me? You bastard, I asked, and he belched out a laugh. Maybe I should for that mouth of yours. I grinned. You love it too much to do that. I teased, and he made a sound, and I squealed as he leaned forward, nipping at the back of my neck. That I do. Warmth ran throughout my body, and I mentally scolded myself for always wanting him. Love. If you keep thinking what you're thinking, I won't get to take you to the surprise. He mumbled next to my ear, still guiding me, and my cheeks heated up. Now. We couldn't have that, could we? I teased back. I could arrange it. It might ever be better than my surprise. He halted our steps and slowly moved his hands. You tell me. Is intimacy or the surprise better? He asked with a grin, and I covered my mouth, looking the scene over. His boat was lit up by string lights, and a table sat atop with dinner ready. It looked beautiful with the sunset in the back. As much as I like your body, I'd have to say this is winning tonight. I shot back, and he laughed, throwing an arm around my shoulder and pulled us down the ramp and onto the boat. Are we going to take it out? I asked, and soon enough a man emerged from the downstairs of the boat. That is our captain for the night. Don't worry. I tend on using the downstairs bedroom for plenty of private activities. He joked, and I playfully swatted at him. The man was literally right next to us, so now wasn't the time for his suggestive comments. Let's go ahead and head out on the water and have some dinner. Wait. So you're telling me you put hair dye in your mom's shampoo? That's horrible. Oliver, I said, but couldn't help but laugh as he joined in. I know. I'm terrible. But I was a kid, and I was fascinated with the color green. Safe to say she went to her hairstylist to get the green hair fixed, as soon as possible. I shook my head, looking at him amused. I'll have to ask her about that story. If you do, she might try to kill me all over again. So I might advise it. I laughed, sipping my wine. So scandalous stories have I not heard about you? Oliver asked. Well, I got expelled once. Curiosity sparked in his eyes as he leaned closer. How come I had a teacher that was touchy? He flirted with me a lot, and one day I came into his class early in the morning and he placed his hands on the back of my shoulder like you would massage someone, and I happened to have hot coffee and I just snapped. I basically told him off, and yeah, the rest was history. Short story was, I couldn't take it any longer. Oliver made a sound of displeasure. Serves him right. Why did you get expelled? It wasn't your fault, your teacher kept touching you. Oh, he got fired. But apparently throwing hot. Steaming coffee on a teacher isn't well looked at. I giggled. You always seem to amuse me. Good. I winked. He looked in thought for a moment and shook his head. I can't wait any longer. He mumbled, getting up from his chair. Oliver, Emily. Ever since you have entered my life, I've been quite a happy man. Without you, around the world seems dim, and I never want to live life like that. I promise to always be beside you, to honor you, to love you, to support you, and I will never leave you alone. What I'm saying is, I don't want to live my life without you. You've become such a vital part of it in such a short amount of time that it's insane. You have me wrapped around your finger in more ways than one. Love. So, Emily Sire. My heart stopped as he got on one knee. Will you do me the extraordinary honor of being my wife? Will you marry me? I couldn't contain myself. I practically threw myself at him as I tackled him in a hug, causing us to both fall to the floor in a fit of giggles. A sob left me as I clung to him, and he tightened his grip around me, just holding me. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. I got out. I love you too. Baby girl. So much. I brought my lips on his, and he laughed during the kiss. Is that a yes? He mumbled against my lips, and I nodded, still kissing him. Pulling back, I gave him a small smirk as he wiped my tears away. On one condition. He raised a brow. And what's that? I get to mark you. Tonight? I slowly started to see the specks of green creep into his eyes, and he made a sound. With pleasure. And that night I did. Hearing his sounds of pain turn into pleasure, the gift of the bite. Was amazing. Feeling my wolf claim what was hers was even more amazing if possible. My claim would always be there on his neck. Daring other females to even look at what was mine. I was proud he wore my mark. I was proud my scent was on him more way than one, too. I was proud of my life. I was proud of what was to become and what our future held. Oliver was my life. My life was complete. Today was the day. I would see Wesley again. I would see what would happen to him that even Alpha Jackson didn't know. He would pay for the acts he committed and the lives he stole away. Families would finally get closure, and I could close this book finally. I could put this all behind me. Oliver sat with me as the rows filled up with people. Mason, Jackson, and Riker all stood to the left side of the room talking to one another. Mason looked more angry than most. I understood why. Prisoner is approaching. A guard called out, and I gripped Oliver's hand tighter as they walked him in with the Warpack's signature black prisoner jumpsuit and shackles. There had been smaller trials. But today was his sentencing. He confessed to all, therefore he knew what was to come. Complete doom. All rise, said the judge walking in, and we all did so. After small words were given, the floor was given to Alpha Mason, and his eyes instantly shifted to the bloody red that scared many. After a minute, Mason walked up in front of the stand where Derek sat nervous and handcuffed. I was going to take you back to my pack and personally teach you a lesson for all the crimes you committed. Never in my life have I met someone as sick as you. You're a pathetic excuse of a man and a wolf. I was thinking last night, and I thought, I can't wait to torture this man for so many years. Each year for each person you killed. You deserve to be thrown to the hounds. Derek gulped at the thought. So I thought maybe after I deem you a solid lifetime prisoner, I could even put you through the suffering that you put Tanner Ray's through. Let you heal a bit. Then do it all over again. Then after that was implanted in your mind a couple times. I would throw you to my hounds. But then it occurred to me that I could do something entirely different. I am not the worst of the worst. I can't bring you as much pain as one man can. Derek's eyes widened and Mason smirked. So I made a call to someone who would excel in this particular category. Someone who would make you feel like you were in hell yourself and were crying for a death. So, why not ask the devil himself? Mason said, and my eyes widened knowing where this was going. The doors of the courtroom were thrown open, and in the terrible figure walked head, held high with a knowing smirk as authority surrounded him. His mate followed behind him with a dark expression. The couple no enemy would outlive. No one had seen them in years. Why not have the alpha of the malevolent pack come here to get you and do it himself? Mason said, and everyone gasped, fearing the man standing before them. Derek was terrified. Even I was terrified. Oh, this is going to be so much fun. Alpha Evan said with a sadistic grin.